We're going to call this meeting to order at 12. This is our, today is July 23rd, 2019. We're in the Joanna Idelette Junior Teacher Education Center, and this is our superintendent workshop. So at this time, I'm going to turn the meeting over to Dr. Moxley, but I do want the public to know that board member Jackie Rosario is on the telephone, and she is conferencing in right now.
Good afternoon, board members and Mrs. Rosario. We have a rather full agenda this afternoon, and thank you for your time to give us to go over these very important items. We have 5 items on our agenda this afternoon. The first one, we're going to get an audit committee report review. We're going to have an update on the equity update. This is an equity plan that's required by the state, and then also of the African American Achievement Plan and where we are and then where we need to go with that, as well as a report. And I think, Mrs. Justice, you asked about the work Dr. Hodge did with the 4 schools. So we have an update on that, and we have 4 wonderful principals here that will be providing some of that feedback. Of course, the proposals or the quotes that we got for the superintendent search, Neola policies, and then our strategic plan update. And I'll talk more a little bit about that, and we'll do some planning for that. We want to welcome Mr. Allwater here with us, who worked with the audit committee, and I had an opportunity to meet with him a couple weeks ago, and he provided me some feedback and background on the work of the committee. And so we want to welcome you, and if you'd like to go ahead and present your review and update.
Okay, thank you for the opportunity to speak. Good afternoon, Madam Chairwoman, Madam Vice Chairwoman, members of the board, Dr. Moxley, and Mrs. DeGresta. So what I'm going to present today is a reprise of the audit committee report to the board that was done back in September of 2018. And just so the public understands, we have a new board. We have 2 incumbent members from the previous board, but there are 3 new members, and we have a new interim school superintendent. So Chairwoman Zork reached out to me and asked me to redo the presentation. I'm happy to do so. So I'll just give you some very quick background and get into the heart of the presentation. There were 5 committee members that were selected by each of the members of the board, and I'll just run through them quickly with their qualifications. And it was people who had a lot of experience in the financial sector. So starting with Charlie Gisler. He's currently the CFO and Chief Operating Officer of Marine Bank here in Vero Beach. Glenn Hearn has a CPA, and he's worked a long time with the Taxpayers Association of Indian River County. Jeff Smith is a clerk of the court and a comptroller, so he's essentially their version of their chief financial officer. He's also a CPA, and he was past president of the County Government Finance Officers Association, which is a pretty high level institution for financial officers on the municipal government side. Gail Phillips Gilmore, who was the vice chairwoman, she was a CPA. She worked for several Big 8 accounting firms. And then I was the chairman. My background in municipal finance is from working a long time at the Vanguard group, where during my 30-plus years of experience, I basically looked at and analyzed and purchased every type of local and state government security that's out there in the marketplace. So the board was set up in early 2017. We had 5 different meetings. The first one was an organizational meeting, and that meeting I was selected to be chairman, and I asked the board to come back, the committee to come back and come up with some potential review items, which we did on May 30th. We trimmed those down. And then we had 3 meetings in August of 2017, January of 18, and May of 18, where we reviewed the items. We made several recommendations. All those were passed unanimously by the audit committee to the school board. So I think that's important for everybody to know. There wasn't any split 3-2 decisions that occurred. So at the first working meeting, The primary focus was on August 28th of 2017, was looking at the cost and delivery method of employee benefits. So we were looking at how the district, whether they decide to fully self-insure, go out and get insurance, get cap insurance, things of that nature. So there were a number of presentations by the Aon broker, also by our chief financial officer at the time, Carter Morrison. And after looking at all that, the committee came up with a couple of different motions. But first of all, related to the way that the broker was being compensated. And our concern was that it was basically just a percentage of the fee that insurance premiums that were paid. So that sort of creates a perverse incentive whereby if premiums go up, the broker gets paid more money. And so, you know, that can happen for various reasons. The just general increases in insurance rates in the industry. You could have more employees, things of that nature. But it really doesn't get at what we thought was the heart of the way to compensate the broker. So we suggested doing a study looking at the way it was done to make it more of a fee-based system. And what we thought might be one way to approach it is come up with a benchmark of school districts around the state and how much money they pay potentially, this is just one idea, pay per full-time equivalent, and then provide an incentive to the broker. So just say hypothetically that the cost for health insurance per full-time equivalent employee was $5,000 a year based on looking at that study. You might set up an incentive to the broker where if they can bring it down to $4,500, they get paid a bonus. If conversely they do what's assessed to be a poor job and it costs $5,500, then they get paid less. So that gives them an incentive out there to get the best actual price out there. The second thing was for the district to occasionally look at, and we realize it's a lot of work to do so, but occasionally look at doing a fully costed analysis between being fully self-insured, which the school district is now, and fully insured when the health insurance goes out for a bid. And the committee basically looked at it and said, you know, we need to do this assessment every 4 to 5 years. It just takes too much time to do it on an annual basis, but every 4 to 5 years, to make sure that the approach that we're taking is the right one. As we all know, whether in the public sector or the private sector, the cost of insurance and insurance benefits is a drain on any budget. So we thought that was a good approach to take. Now, it's interesting. I was at one meeting where Dr. Rendell, when they were going through the insurance, said that they needed to do that, and there was another discussion, but it never took place. So, and talking to at least one of the committee members after the committee was disbanded, so nobody can say I violated the Sunshine Law. There was a disappointment in that was not done by the administration at that time. Okay, then on August, we also looked that day on other post-employment benefits, OPEBs. For those who are in the public and don't know what that means, that is retiree health care benefits. The school board, and like a lot of other local governments, gives health care benefits to employees when they retire, and there's some cost associated with that with the board. And basically, under good accounting standards, under GASB, which stands for the Government Accounting Standards Board, now every state and local government entity is required to recognize that potential cost down the line and begin to account for it. And so we had a brief discussion on it. Currently, the school district, frankly, like most school districts, does not put money aside for any of those benefits down the line. It's simply a pay-as-you-go system. And we didn't come up with a motion, but we discussed a little bit potentially thinking about down the line starting to put money aside, because that is going to be a burden on future taxpayers. I am vice mayor of Indian River Shores, and admittedly it's a different budget set up, but we're fully funded for our OPEBs. I believe the county is close to fully funded. So I think that's something that our new chief financial officer should take a look at. We also had an extensive review of contracting of outside services by members of the administration. So previously, a lot of those were done in-house, so they walked through the methodology of going out there and contracting, and the audit committee was very comfortable with the approach that they took and saw no issues. Another item we looked at was there is back, at least in the budget of the previous year, there was a $7 million purchase order spend authority utilizing a Regions Bank credit card. So we asked to understand how that mechanism worked. And again, the CFO at the time, Carter Morrison, did a very extensive review of the different accounting strictures in place in terms of way those cards are used, all the different approval levels and so forth. And all the committee came out very comfortable with what the approach that the school district administration uses for that. And we didn't see any holes in the procedures and controls. And it was interesting that Jeff Smith, who assesses this for Indian River County, said that the county took a very similar approach. And frankly, I recommended to Dr. Rendell at the time that they should do a presentation to the board, since it is a big item, to just show that everything was in place there. So we walked away very satisfied.
Mr. Allwater,
Yes.
going back to recurring contracting of outside services, I recall that was lawn service, and what else? Was that it?
Boy, that was a while back. I'm trying to remember. There was 2 or 3 that were there that they walked through,
Okay.
very extensive. So.
So in making decisions regarding contracting for outside services rather than doing work in-house, as a school board member, I think about those things and I weigh the decision. Because for me, saving money may not always be in the best interest of students. For example, you've probably heard me speak before about the relationship that students have with custodians and bus drivers, which I think is such an important part of their lives and their school family. While we may be able to contract for outside services for some of those things, it may be beneficial in cost. Perhaps the other benefits that we get from having those employees be a part of our school families would be lost. When you're making decisions and reviewing things as an audit committee member, or in the past how the audit committee functioned, how do you weigh those things?
We solely looked at the process that they went about in terms of doing the outside services. So we didn't get into those more, and I don't mean this as a pejorative term at all, soft or subjective things, which are important at any school board would have to take a look at. We were solely looking at their process, given the decision had already been made to go with outside services, that they were doing it in a proper way so that they were getting the best bang for the taxpayer's dollar.
Wonderful. So can I
you
just ask a follow-up? I'm sorry.
Speak up.
I'm sorry. I just want to ask a follow-up. So
Yes.
is it fair to say that while there might be a unanimous decision, or as you said, a motion, because you would make a motion, there would be a motion for this group, the audit committee, to make a recommendation to the school board about something, that would it be fair to say that there are factors that weren't always taken into consideration by the audit committee in making that recommendation that you might, as a taxpayer, think that I, as a school board member, might need to take into consideration in making a decision?
Well, when I get to the next one, I'm going to talk exactly about one of those things. Yes. right.
Wonderful. Thank you.
Can I ask specifically, you talked about looking at how we did it, specifically at lawn service, because that was an item that came up, I think, during this, right? Did you look at the specifics of weighing whether or not, cost analysis-wise, was it a better deal to go outside than it was to stay inside?
That decision had already been made.
Okay.
We did not see any numbers on that in terms of what internal costs would have been to buy and maintain equipment, to pay what we
You
were.
were just looking at the process that
We
was
were
followed.
looking at the
Okay.
process, given that had already occurred, my understanding, 2 or 3 years at least before the audit committee was set up. I may not know exactly the timing. on
Okay, thank you.
that. Sure. Any questions on that? Okay. Okay, the next one we looked at was review of the cost and delivery of legal services. So currently at the school district, we contract for an outside legal counsel, I believe, since 2012. She's paid a retainer of $264,000 a year plus other fees and costs such as travel, photocopying, utilization of services like West, LexisNexis, and so forth. So,
I'm sorry, you said she. You're speaking of Mrs. DiAgresta, the
Yes,
school board
that's
attorney.
correct.
Okay, if we could
Yeah.
just be clear about,
sure.
thank you.
Yes, yes. So we were asked by the board on the April 24th meeting of the board, and I received an email from Sean Frost to review legal services. So in order to do that, one thing that I was able to get a hold of was a salary and cost survey, 2 of them actually that were done, one by the Florida Association of District School Superintendents, and one where Escambia County School District also did a survey. It was a fairly extensive survey. Every member of the audit committee got it, and I believe some of the school board members, at least past ones, had taken a look at it. And what we did was we reviewed the range of costs. Now, these surveys were not perfect. Part of the issue is that some school boards, or some school districts, excuse me, have an in-house counsel. Other ones contract out, like we do. And the way the questions were posed, it wasn't a super clean survey where all the data was exactly comparable. However, in reviewing the numbers, there was a wide range of numbers in terms of cost of services. And what we found was that, at least as far as contract service is concerned, our costs were more at the upper end of the range rather than at the lower end of the range. And in particular, one that we looked at, since it was nearby, was Osceola County. And just, I know school board members know this, but Osceola County has 67,000 students. We're roughly about, 18,000 or so. They have 47 schools versus our 28 schools. And the cost of their contract, they're fully contracted out, is $180,000 a year versus our $264,000. In addition, the way the contract is written, no travel costs are charged back to the school district unless the council travels outside of a 100-mile radius of the school district headquarters. So at looking at all these numbers, we felt that it was appropriate that the school board put out a request for proposal for general counsel services, this was a passed motion, to assure taxpayers that they're getting the best deal for these services, taking into account not only costs, but value of legal service provided. And to the point of Vice Chairman Justice, we did not make an assessment of the value of the services of Mrs. DiAgresta. That was beyond our expertise. In fact, originally, that was the missive that I got from the school board Chairman Frost. And I said, that's just beyond our ability. And frankly, I think if you put 5 lawyers in the room and say how somebody did on a particular case, you'd probably end up getting 5 different answers. So we did not make any assessment of the value of the current school board council services. We were solely looking at what was going on in terms of cost. But the reality is that those costs have not been reassessed since 2012 to our knowledge, and we felt that it was appropriate for the school board to go out and make an assessment of the way taxpayer money is spent. And, you know, what one of the discussions was is something that I brought up. There is a phrase that is used in the military. It's called tooth to tail ratio. So the tooth is the fighting personnel, the men and women and their weapons and so forth at the front lines. You want to maximize the money that goes to support them. The tail is the logistics. In a school district, the tooth is the frontline personnel, primarily the teachers that are interacting with the students to try to educate them, and then administration and so forth is the tail. Not that the tail isn't important, but all other things equal, you want to have as many people that are interacting and properly with the students. So we felt that it was important to do an assessment at least every 3 years. Now, Jeff Smith in the county noted that oftentimes with a lot of contracts, they do a 3-year contract with an option for a 2 or 3 year renewal. But and it was his assessment, in no case did they go longer than 5 years, and clearly that you have gone beyond that.
Mrs. Rourke, I have a question.
Sure.
Go ahead. Thank you. You brought up Osceola County and the cost for their outside contract legal services.
Right.
Can you provide for us all of the legal services that the Osceola County School Board and School District uses, and all of the costs for all of the legal services that they have every year?
No, I can't.
Okay.
Yeah. Now that said, I mean, to be fair, we only looked at the general counsel.
Right.
Here, there is a lot of other costs here as well, as you well know,
As
that
there
are run
are.
in the millions of dollars.
Sure, as there are with many school districts.
Right.
Obviously, as we've discussed before, school districts deal with many different things. Each one is very unique. And some deal with certain challenges and have to address certain things, and other school districts don't. What you mentioned before about the FAD survey was very interesting to me, because as you mentioned, it wasn't an apples to apples survey where all things were being considered and analyzed. I found the data to be difficult to be able to separate at times, because when we talked a little bit today about FSBA and the value of going to conferences and sitting and meeting other people. I've had the opportunity to speak with Joy Frank of FADS and the Florida School Board Association she works with, as well as other school board attorneys. For example, one of the school board attorneys in Broward County. And what a fascinating look into the scope of legal services that a district uses. Many different facets. So while it's at times easy to be able to try to compare one thing against the other, what I've truly learned in this process is that it's not always, you're not always able to do that. It's not always as simple as it may seem.
I would absolutely agree with you, but I still believe that it makes sense to go out to do the RFP. What do we have to lose on it?
I'm not comfortable with the RFP process for looking at and assessing our school board attorney and the way that we contract those services, as I wouldn't be with a superintendent either. Those are the two areas where we are not bound to go through the RFP process for hiring. I've stated before why I'm not comfortable with that. I have no issue with going out and assessing that. You're absolutely right. I think we have a duty to the taxpayers to do so. But again, I'm not comfortable with the RFP process as it currently stands.
All right. Yeah, that's-
Mr. Elwater?
Yes.
You stated that it was unanimous that the experts on the audit committee did recommend
Yes.
for us to review it every 3 to 5 years. Was that the number?
You're correct.
No matter, were they specific in the tool that we use, like RFP, or was it just that it needed to be reviewed?
It was specific. It's written
Well,
right here.
it was specifically put out an RFP, because at least you'll get people back that will understand that the contract is up. I mean, how do you go about letting law firms who have a specialization in school districts to know that you're looking at it? You don't have, in an RFP, I certainly wouldn't suggest that you rely 100% on a scoring system that says, okay, firm A got 102, firm B got 100, therefore I'm going to go with firm A. There's a lot more subjective there, but how would you start the process if you don't put out an RFP to lay out the general things that you want a general counsel to do for you?
Mrs. Zork, may I speak for a moment? My concern wasn't solely in the fact that there would be a rubric and then we'd be somehow tied to choosing based on a score. That wasn't solely my concern with an RFP, but thank you for recognizing the fact that some of the information that we would use would be subjective, right? Some of the different
Of
judgment
course.
we would make. Were you able to watch the workshop where Mr. Carver discussed the RFP process that we would go through if we were to move forward in that way?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And did you have any concerns in when he discussed the RFP process as to why the school board attorney and the superintendent were excluded from that process and some of the reasoning when I asked him why that was the case? Did you have any concerns about why those two groups would be excluded or going through the RFP process?
I stand on my previous comments that it's an RFP is solely a screening device.
Sure. As a
It's,
school board,
wait, let me finish, please. It's not a mechanism where you run it on a spreadsheet and you make a decision. But again, how does one, how would you suggest then if the board decide to go ahead and potentially select, review law firms, how would you suggest you go about doing an advertisement without laying out, okay, these are going to be the duties, and please explain how you think you can match up against the duties in order to potentially be considered by the board?
just as exactly that. I think that you're able to do that as you do in hiring for anything, when you put out a job description for any position that you're hiring for. And you
Okay.
ask, I think there's a limited amount of groups that actually specialize in school board law in the district. As I've stated before, as a school board member, I do feel it's important that we work with an attorney or a law firm that has experience with school board statute and the funding mechanisms in different parts about education in Florida. It's very specific. And I could start citing reasons why that is right now if you'd like me to, but I don't have to. We've had some recent issues that where Mrs. DeAgresta's experience in school board law has been extremely advantageous. But you would go through a similar process. The RFP process, especially when we were discussing this, we were going through working in the desegregation order to reach partial unitary status, and we were coming up with a joint resolution in executive session. We were working on that. And the RFP process keeps you from being able to have direct conversation and communication with your school board attorney. That was an extreme concern to me. During that process of bidding, if it's my understanding, and Mr. Carver is sitting here, there's a certain amount of inability to be able to work in the way that you normally would with your attorney. And that was a concern for me during that time.
For the current attorney or
For the current attorney, if
potential?
they had come, if they were in the bidding process as well.
Okay, well, I don't know that particular nuance. To me, an RFP is just a structure to begin to assess potential candidates and nothing more than that. So I think,
There are certain parameters surrounding that, however, sir, that are concerning to me. And again, I've stated before, superintendent, school board attorney are excluded. Everything else we do needs to go out for that type of a process. But those two areas for hiring are not. There's a reason for that.
okay, all right.
I
Fair
have some
enough.
questions.
Go ahead.
May I? Hi, Mr. Artwater, this is Mrs. Rosario.
Hello.
I thank you for coming today. I'm live. I mean, I'm actually by phone in Pennsylvania right now, so bear with me as I ask these questions, if you don't mind. So the first question that I have is, are you aware of the last time that we went out for an RFP? If so, when was that?
I don't, Mrs. DeGresta, my understanding was hired by the board in 2012. I don't know what the mechanism was to hire her at that time. I did not live in Indian River County at that point in time.
Okay, so it's possible, even if Mrs. DeAgresta can answer, was that the last time that this district has gone out for an RFP? for legal counsel.
Mrs. DeAgresta, was it an RFP? Would you explain?
I actually don't remember if it was an RFP or not. It was handled through the purchasing department, and then the board handled the process directly.
Okay.
So I don't remember what they called it.
Okay.
I'm
Can I
sorry.
have Mr. Carver come up? He has historical.
Would you come up and have a seat, speak into the mic?
Certainly.
State your name and your position, please.
Jeff Carver, I'm Director of Purchasing. So if you may recall, I believe it was the board meeting, the workshop that was in March of 2019 this year. I sat here with Dr. Rendell and I went over a presentation that I had presented to the board in July of last year. So basically, one of the slides, I'll go through it, I don't have it up here. In 2012, the 2012 award was not the result of an RFP that was facilitated by staff. The then board chair, who had experience in procurement,
Oh, that's right.
did what he referred to as letters of interest. It was kind of a quasi-formal process. There was no bid control number to various firms. The evaluation and interview process was facilitated by the board chair at a public meeting. And just as I previously stated, the board chair at the time was an attorney who also worked in public procurement, so he had some background in doing what I do. The 2012 process resulted in the selection of firms for real estate law, labor and employment, premises liability, and workers' compensation. The board extended the existing contract for general counsel, choosing to reject all letters of interest for those services. So the previous contract for general counsel, which I believe was
2009?
was awarded in 2008, was extended in 2012, and all the submittals for those legal services were rejected. All the other ones were awarded, but for general counsel, they were not.
So the 2008 and the 2012 were both awarded to Mrs. DeAgresta?
No, they weren't awarded. The contract that was in place when those letters of interest or requests for proposal were distributed, anybody that submitted for general counsel, those were rejected, and the incumbent source, which was Ms. DeAgresta's firm, was extended at that point.
Since 2008? Is that when she initiated?
It was someone in your office, correct? Was not you.
Okay.
sorry, I
Your
can't
law
hear.
firm.
Hold on.
My firm originally began doing legal services for this school board in 2006. And it was strictly on an hourly basis at that time. And then the board requested to review and go to the retainer model that we went to in 2008 or 9, whatever that date was.
Okay, so Mrs. DeAgresta's firm, I'm just trying to get an understanding. So Mrs. DeAgresta's firm was contracted on an hourly basis from 2006 to 2008. And then in 2008, there was a retainer of which was then extended in 2012 to retain her law firm. Did I get that understanding correct?
Yes.
That's correct.
So since 2006, we are unsure that we have technically gone out for a real RFP for legal counsel in our district. Is that correct?
If I can clarify, Mrs. Rosario, after the March workshop of this year, I was directed by the superintendent and the board to release an RFP, which I did, but it was to exclude general counsel to the board. So the other legal services that I listed, the real estate law, labor and employment, premises liability, workers' comp, we did do an RFP for those types of legal services in in March, and we're still holding the results of those, but general counsel to the board was not included in that RFP at the direction of the board.
Right, that, I remembered that. I just want to kind of get a historical overview of this district not going out for an RFP for general counsel, for board's general counsel, at least since prior to or up until 2006. After 2006, up until today, there was only a process through letter of interest, is what I'm hearing occurred in 2012, ending up in the extension of the retainer for her law firm.
I think my question would
Does
be,
that sound right? Do I have that timeline correct?
yes, but I think my question would be on that is, in 2006, what tool did we use?
Well, in 2006, it was just on an hourly basis. But you're right, I would be just as curious to know, what that tool was then as well. So my follow-up questions are, in the survey process, Mr. Atwater, that you and the audit committee went through, if you don't mind, I have 3 follow-up questions.
Okay, well, first of all, if I can interrupt.
Mrs. Rosario, Mr. Allwater would like to make a comment first.
Yes, I just want to be clear. We did not initiate the survey process. I was provided with 2 surveys that were already done, just so you're aware of that.
Okay, thank you, appreciate that. But has it been found from other districts, of those who have in-house counsel, what the average salary of a like district such as ours? And I understand that every council is different and every district is different, I get it. But is there any average or approximate annual salary for in-house counsel in any districts that are similar or like ours? And or have there been any districts that we can compare in-house counsel specifically for board versus superintendent/district counsel?
Okay, with regard to the surveys, the data was all over the place. There wasn't summary tables and so forth, and frankly, we didn't have the support staff to go through that. We did a high-level review of the material that was given to us, and the committee came to the conclusion that there was enough variety in terms of numbers all across the board that it made sense to go out and do a review. And I think what this board should understand is we use the term our RFP, and there may be some issues with that the vice chairwoman has brought up. But let's not get away from the point. The main point that the committee said was it's time to go out and do a review, regardless of how you approach it. Now, I happen to look at the Osceola County because I was given the contract, so I could look at the contract to see what it was compared to if it was similar to what we did and it was a local area. And I'm just using that one example. That doesn't mean that's the right number, that $180,000 number versus ours. There may be a justification for the difference. But the point was there was enough data out there that the committee felt it was incumbent to go out and do another review, whether it's a letter of interest, an RFP, or so forth, lay out what the duties of the school board council is and see what you end up getting back. Competition is good.
All right, let's do it. I mean, I don't have a problem with doing
So my last question is, Mrs. Justice stated earlier that she wasn't comfortable with the process of the RFP process specifically, and there was some mention about what those parameters were, but I didn't hear a detailed understanding of those parameters. So can you, Mr. Atwater or Mr. Carver, I don't know who there might be able to answer this, but can you outline again what would be the pros and cons in super summary, if possible, of this RFP process that would cause concern for this board if we were to go for an RFP at this point? My concern is upcoming, and it's not something that is going to make or break my decision on moving forward with an RFP, but I know that some others out there have this concern that we are faced this year with a new superintendent search. If we were to go for an RFP, would whatever parameters you're going to describe, would any of those parameters hinder our superintendent search in any way with regard to general counsel with an open RFP or anything of that kind? So what are those parameters moving forward, and how would they either help us or hinder us?
We'll let Mr. Carver try to answer that
Sure.
question.
So if I may,
Thank you.
previously, when Mrs. Justice was talking about the concerns that she had, I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, you were talking about the cone of silence. So once we engage in a formalized process, particularly for general legal counsel, if there's going to be some restrictions on our ability to communicate directly with any of the participants of that process. So if the current general counsel to the board's firm is going to participate, there's just some concerns about violating the cone of silence. That's when you engage in a formal RFP or request for proposal or request for qualifications. Anytime we put a bid control number on it, then there's a school board policy that talks about the cone of silence, and what it does is it restricts participating vendors or firms or companies from making contact with board members. So,
And why would we ever put ourselves in that position?
But
with our
are
current
we
attorney?
talking about, you can't talk about the contract or the bid?
you can't talk.
We're not talking about day-to-day business. We're just talking about specific.
Exactly, and it's anything related to that RFP.
Exactly.
But because of the nature of the scope of services within that RFP, I
have legal questions
I
for
could
your
understand how it would be concerning, because it's, it'd be really easy for somebody to relate any of that conversation to because it's an RFP for everything that your general counsel does, so.
And if you have questions
But
regarding the
but-
RFP process and statute and those things, you have now limited your ability to have access to your school board attorney and their advice.
It's a very short time period.
It is
though.
a ridiculous, there is a reason why the hiring of the superintendent and the school board attorney is excluded from the RFP process. There is a reason why that is, just like there are reasons for other statutes. So I have absolutely, just to be clear, no issue with reviewing our legal counsel and the cost that we pay for anything that we do.
And allowing other firms to compete?
And allowing other firms to compete, sir, of course.
Okay.
However, I have stated before, and I will state again, I believe the RFP process is not the best avenue to go forward.
Fair enough.
Mrs.
Well,
Berenborg,
what
hold
would be
on,
another
just my
avenue then?
second. Mrs. Berenborg, and then Mrs. Rosario.
Thank you. Dr. Moxley? Yes. Have you ever had the opportunity to go through this, and if so, is there another avenue that we can explore?
When I was serving as superintendent, we did not do anything with our legal counsel. I mean, it was, bills were reviewed, invoices, those kinds of things. As an assistant superintendent in other arenas and other positions, I was in a district when it was reviewed at that point in time. I've been in situations where we used in-house counsel solely, and we used contracted services. I know that in the past, I have seen the letter of interest used, where when that was sent out, it was very clear, here's what we're looking for, this is what we want you to address. So that was very, and the one thing that I would say from my past experience, I think you have to be very, very clear what you're looking for, so you are comparing apple to apple. I think it was in 2017, the end of 2017, or 16, the 16-17 school year, the School Boards Coalition, that was a big topic on one of their meetings. And I'm not sure Indian River was part of that at that time, but it was a huge discussion, and everybody brought what they did, and of course, everybody was very different. But at the end of the day, because of the nature of a school district, you have so many areas of law that you have to look at. People that used an in-house counsel hired, and they might, like Orange County has 2 or 3 attorneys, but they still had to contract out for real estate. They still had to contract out for property and casualty, or whatever it might be, very specialized things. So a lot of the other districts that used a firm, they had specialization within that firm, so you were contracting with that firm. You may have the school board attorney that came and did the majority of the governmental school board types of things, but you may deal with another attorney in that firm for the HR function, and then another attorney in that firm for the real estate, but you were paying one rate for those services because you contracted with that firm. That's been my experience. So again, when we tried to do this and research and put some semblance what was the right way to go, we found everybody's situation, much what you were saying, is every situation is different, and the fact that you're gonna have a one-size-fits-all for every area of whether it's labor or whatever, it usually doesn't occur that you get a one-size-fits-all, but
I understand that. In order to be fair, and to not be in a cone of silence, and to be able to work through this, and yet I think it's time, it's been 7 years, to at least look at this. We have a very valid attorney. I mean, she got awarded, I don't know what your award was, but I know you were awarded by the state, your association last year, correct?
Attorney of the Year.
Attorney of the Year. So,
Oh, maybe
what
not.
what is
Well,
it?
No, it was the Graham Carruthers Award for ethics and abilities in the area of education.
Okay, so obviously we have a really great council. A question is there someone else out there that is of the same value? And how do we go about assessing that fairly, And I think to not handcuff us, because we do need to be able to talk to her quite frequently, actually. So I want to make sure that we're able to not be handcuffed in this process to be able to go through a superintendent search.
So I would be interested in, Mr. Carver, your knowledge of what other districts are doing. Is it a letter of interest with specifics? It doesn't sound like the RFP might be the one, but what are other school districts doing?
So prior to my employment here, I worked at Martin County School District. And for much of the time I was there, the school board attorney was employed by the district. And he had a paralegal, and he had an office, and he reported directly to the board. And he also provided services to staff for various things. There was also an attorney that worked in human resources. When that person left, they did outside counsel, and they contracted with a local firm. And then similarly to what Mr. Artwater his committee is recommending, they decided that they wanted to go out competitively to make sure that they were getting the best price. And so I released an RFQ, request for qualifications, like I talked about back in March. And there were only 2 firms that submitted at the time. There was a firm if I may, I'll back up. The scope of services was basically the job description that was on file for the board general counsel prior to that. So I had all the list of things that attorney has to be specialized in. And one other firm submitted, and the firm that we were using temporarily, they were ultimately awarded. That firm is still who they use, and I was like 7 years ago, I believe that I did that. I know that in St. Lucie County, because I worked there as well, they have outside attorney. I've been there for a very long time. It's been the general counsel outside, but they also have a legal department that supports staff. And I believe they have 2 attorneys that work in that
They do,
department.
too.
It's a larger county.
It's 3 times the size of us.
Okay, well, I think this is probably, this is good to review. This is probably something that we'll need to bring to another workshop to discuss as a board, the mechanisms, and probably have Dr. Moxley work on the options on that. Does that sound right?
No, I think it's worth absolutely reviewing, discussing, also looking at the quality that we have.
Yeah.
We don't want to lose quality, but we also don't want to not be competitive with our fees, because I see that we're higher on the higher end. We're a small district. You know, why are we spending this much money in attorney fees?
Yeah, and I think a lot of that goes back to where we were originally in 2006 hourly to 2008, and then we went to a flat retainer. I think that's when I looked back, if I recall, I think that's when I really saw a spike in the cost for the board attorney. Go ahead, Mrs. Rosario.
Okay, thank you, Mrs. Zork, thank you. I know it's difficult when I'm on the phone. The video that I'm watching, just so that you all are aware, there's a slight delay. So it's, even though I'm watching you all, it's hard for me to see when one person stops talking for me to be able to ask a question. So if I interrupt again, I apologize for that.
Thank you for saying that.
I want to go back to the question with regard to not being able to communicate with our legal counsel in this cone of silence that was mentioned. So specifically, I think Mrs. Zork, you mentioned, we are not, if we were to engage in an RFP and Mrs. DiAgresto's law firm were a part of that RFP process, the cone of silence, would the cone of silence limit us to discussing, and Mrs. Zork, you mentioned this, so I'm just needing clarification. Would this cone of silence limit us only to anything regarding the RFP process? Because we can go about our daily business with Mrs. DiAgresta as our attorney without talking about anything specific to the RFP process. Am I correct in understanding that?
Is that a question for me?
Yes.
So the cone of silence, I don't have the policy in front of me, but there's a policy, a school board policy that's entitled the cone of silence. And just, generally speaking, that's what you basically just said. It prohibits the participating firm from having contact with board members.
But having contact on what? That's what I wanted to know. Having contact period, or having contact only with regard to the RFP process?
I'd have to read it to understand exactly what it says because I don't have it in front of me, but typically, the policy was written for basically to address when we don't have an existing relationship with the vendor.
When we don't have an existing relationship.
But in this case, we do. And so I'd have to read it to fully understand what the restrictions would entail.
Well, then you'd be stuck in a situation where any vendor where you're
Right.
potentially renewing them, that you'd have to stop communicating with. That doesn't make any sense.
Right, exactly. Exactly. That's what I would like to have clarified for us because, like sunshine law, I mean, the whole idea about not talking with fellow board members, really sunshine is specific to not discussing anything that we could possibly vote on, anything on our, agenda, anything of that sort, but we can say, hi, how are you? How was your weekend? we can have normal conversation about anything else other than work-related business. And so that's where I just wanted to know, you know, the specifics behind that, because if it's not being able to talk about specific RFP items or items relating to the RFP process, I think we can move forward with the RFP process just to see who's out there, just as what was suggested by the audit committee without violating our daily work.
Okay. Do you have something?
Yes, Mr. Carver, does the RFQ have the same cone of silence as the RFP?
It would if we put a bid control number on it and made it a formal process. Now, if we went with a quasi-formal, like letter of interest, it would be hard to enforce that if somebody were to protest because of it, because it's not a formalized process. So that the cone of silence relates specifically to formalized bids.
And may I make another comment? When I was looking at trying to identify all the attorneys that we use, because I know that's been a thing, I got this right before I came in here. Our accounts payable manager did a 5-year history of legal fees. I had not looked at it yet, but I will make a copy of it for board members to have here. It lists over since 2014 to the end of the 2018-19, any attorneys that were paid and what they were paid, so you can kind of see the legal fields, because that was the other thing for me, trying to wrap my arms around it. You know, what really are our legal fees when we have different people doing different things? And so I think that it's very important that we compare an apple to an apple.
Go ahead.
Knowing what you know now, if you were me, right, you sit on town shores, would you have recommended the RFP process? Is that something that you, as a board member, would want to engage in, knowing the stipulations?
I would initiate a process, it sounds like to me, like a letter of interest, to go out there and assess potential competitors to our current legal counsel to see if we're getting the best deal. Now, the best deal consists of the cost and your subjective assessment of how those firms can do in the school district legal arena versus the incumbent.
Fair enough.
That's the way I would approach it, and that's why we always said it in the audit committee, that it's not a dollar and cents decision solely, but it does come into account. I mean, it's a lot of money, and I think it's important to assess every once in a while. The school district spends a lot of money on legal fees. Not to say they aren't justified. There are a lot of things going on. I think Dr. Moxley's probably looking at the same form that I am here from July 1st to 17 to March 30, from 2013 to 2018. School districts paid just under $3 million in legal fees to a whole series of firms, and I realize there's the ongoing NAACP lawsuit and other things like that. It's a lot of money, and I think you as a board have to look very carefully at that and see what's out there as an alternative. And frankly, we said during the meeting, and obviously I'm not speaking for Mrs. DeGresta, but you know, sometimes what happens when you put out a bid of current services, the incumbent sharpens their pencil a little bit. They may decide to, they may not, but never hurts to ask.
I agree.
I agree.
100%. It's fine.
That's
I mean,
fantastic.
Well, I appreciate.
I have one other item.
Oh, you do?
Yeah,
Okay.
real quick. And
Okay.
so, similar to what we thought for the health insurance benefits, I'm sorry, let's see. Okay, that the audit committee recommended that the administration do analysis of the cost and benefits of having an internal legal counsel as opposed to the current system of contracting outside, and maybe you do it all together. So that's the end of my remarks. So.
I have a question.
Go ahead.
I have a question on something at the very beginning of your presentation. I was writing my questions down before we started kind of interrupting you on your presentation. When was the last time we got bids for self and full insurance? Just curious.
That was probably about 2017. That was just a couple years ago when Aon come on.
So, and then the decision was to go to being self-insured.
I think you've been self-insured longer than
Yes.
2017.
Right, I know
But
that,
it
but it
may
wasn't
be-
always.
No.
No.
But on the 30th, they could give a recap of that when we do
Okay.
our insurance
Okay,
workshop.
I'd like to know,
Yeah,
because
yeah.
I think that's something we really need to look at.
Yeah, the committee recognized probably in most cases, self-insurance is probably going to be the way to go because you have a big enough population of employees. But they thought it was important just because, again, it's an important part of the cost, that be looked at every once in a while because industry trends can change.
Well, and governmental health regulation and requirements with healthcare change.
Absolutely, you're correct, yes.
But if you look at us compared to other districts aren't doing that. So I think that's something to look at, too. The other question I have was about, you mentioned going to a fee-based procedure for Aon.
Yes.
Have we done that? Have we looked into that?
Not since I've been here do I know about that.
And that is one of the questions that I have for them to answer next Tuesday, is fee-based versus commission-based. And also
Who's they?
Aon, and then also the county, we're going to ask them the
So
same
they're going to bring
question.
that forward to us as to what the difference would be?
Mhm.
That's
Okay,
why I
thank
think-
you.
Oh, wait, you're letting the fox in the hen house here,
Right.
if you're having Aon do it.
Right.
Well, the
And then
county's also going to be here too.
Who is?
You have to have an independent assessment on that. Aon, when we brought this up in the meeting, they just blew the audit committee off, and they're basically responsible, that's what everybody else does. Well, as your mother used to say, just because somebody
Everyone
told you to
else
jump
does it.
off the bridge, yeah, all right, exactly.
Right.
You can't rely upon them.
That's skewed data. You can skew
Well,
your
I mean,
data.
they have a bias, it just makes it easier, I mean, for them, so.
Well, that's not the end of the conversation. We're just going to
All right,
ask for
okay.
the explanation from both parties.
But is there an independent group that we can get to look at that?
I don't know. I would suggest that some of the school board groups that you're with, I would ask around there to see if somebody else.
That truly is a weakness of the Florida School Board Association and FADS, I think. The idea, and it's something that we've talked about before, you can go on FLDOE and look at, kind of cost comparisons of things, but sometimes things are categorized differently for different districts. So it's hard, again, to compare apples to apples. And I think going forward, I think it would be helpful if we could put this on the legislative platform as well. The way that the FLDOE releases data is not in a way that the Florida School Board Association or FADS can pull it apart to be able to, they have to put all the data back in. It's like in PDF format, basically. It's not something where that you can manipulate, and it would be helpful to be able to do that. Because I think, it would be nice to be able to know you're comparing cost for exact.
Well, you might even just use them as a communication mechanism to check around to see if anybody else has done it. Not necessarily have the data, but at least that can give you a starting point as to how they approach, and you can borrow their approach. I've found that generally, when I've gone to meetings like FAR, League of Cities, and you ask questions, you can get different approaches on things and save the municipality or school district a lot of money, get a starting point and
So-
piggyback off their work.
Chairman's work, would it be appropriate for Dr. Moxley to perhaps reach out to the FADS and ask that question, and then perhaps for you to reach out to the Florida School Board Association and ask that question as well, just so we could have some data on it?
That's all I had.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to know, because, I picked up on that immediately. It's like, nobody's talked about that since you offered that as a suggestion. And it's like,
Well,
why
it
aren't
actually
we-
came up in two
He's-
board meetings saying, oh,
did,
yeah,
but-
we have to do that. and then
Okay, they did
nothing
mention it, but nobody went further with it. That's my
Yeah.
point, is that we haven't gone any further with this. You brought this up when? last
2 years
October,
ago.
2 years
Yeah,
Well,
ago.
that-
that's
that one
why,
was
when I
early.
was listening to the minutes, or listening to the recording, and this was on there, and we were talking about health insurance, that's why, one of the main reasons I wanted to get him in here, so he could give that analysis of what they come up with on that.
Thank you for coming today,
Yes,
Mr.
thank you
Allen.
very much.
Thank you. Do we want to take
Yes, please.
5-minute
I
break?
warn you out, you need to take a break.
Come back at
Thank you very
5:10,
much
or
for being here.
5:10, 1:10. this workshop back to order at 1:12. At this time, we are in our presentations, and we are on item number 2, Equity Update African American Achievement Plan. And just so the audience is reminded that we do have Mrs. Rosario joining us via telephone. So at this time, I'm going to turn it back over to Dr. Moxley.
Yes, thank you, board members. I'd like to welcome Dr. Long to the table, and we have 4 principals with us, and they will be providing some feedback when we get to a certain portion of this presentation. There are actually 3 parts to this. It is the annual equity update that is required by the state of Florida, and that format is dictated by the state of Florida, and there's certain things that they look at. We will walk you through that. That is on the board business meeting tonight because it does require you to take action, but we wanted to make sure that we addressed certain things with that. The second part to this presentation is providing an overview and an update of the work that was done by Dr. Hodge in the Urban Learning Leadership Center. And so the 4 principals of the schools that were part of that process, we will give an update on that, and then we'll end with the African American Achievement Plan. So, Dr. Long, if you'll go ahead and start with the annual equity report.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Moxley. Good afternoon, board members, Mrs. Rosario on the phone, and thank you for this opportunity. Before you, you should have a copy, and I didn't do a PowerPoint for the equity update because I did supply a copy of that for you. So if you have any questions, this is basically, as Dr. Moxley stated earlier, the shell, the office of, from DOE, the equity office, does send every year a shell of information to school districts, and we have to complete whatever they ask for within that shell. They supply all of the numbers for each of the areas that are within the report that deals with enrollment. This strictly deals with enrollment of students in the upper level 3 courses as well as AP, IB, and we do not do ACE at this time, so that's what this report kind of covers. And throughout this report, I elicited the different departments to give the information that is needed within the report. HR was a part of this process, as well as curriculum and instruction, and some schools too, when it came to the athletics piece. The 2 high schools had to provide information, and so all of that information you will find within this document. One of the things that I do want to make note of is that if you look on page 6, and yours should be page 6 as well, but it begins to talk about student participation, and again, this is enrollment in the AP and IB courses. You can see that there's a 5-year span of information that's here in this report from 2014-15 to 2018-2019. And as you can see, there are some areas where we did have some declines for this past school year. And so there are probably a lot of reasons that can be attributed to. One of the things that we have really done a great job with is making a real big push at the 2 high schools, with getting those underrepresented students within the AP and IB programs. And that's looking at our African American students and our Hispanic students, as well as our ELL students, English language learners. But as with all things, when you have a decline in enrollment, at times you may have a decline in enrollment in those programs. And some of the other reasons that you may see a decline in those programs is that some of those students just did not want to go in, and we are not trying to force students. We want to make sure that they have an opportunity. And at some points, there were parents too that did not want their students put in those courses because they felt like they were not prepared or ready yet. And then as the courses were ensued every year, as students go through and they're not doing as well as they should be, then you don't want to force them to stay in a class that they feel like they're struggling in, because at the end of the day, we want all of our students to be successful. So that could be some of those reasons that you would see why those numbers are lowered. And in some area, on page 7, where we also talk about enrollment, again, when we talk about the increasement of these students in those classes, on this particular one, it says 5%, and it's a little higher than what we have on the strategic plan, and that we're trying to stretch. But it's over a 2-year period, so that's looking at 2.5% for each year as opposed to 2%. So that's why that difference is there. It wasn't that it was trying to be in conflict, it was just put there so that we could stretch ourselves to ensure that we were extending those opportunities. One of the pieces that was added this year that we did not have previously is at the very end of the appendix, the Human Resources Department recruitment plan. We did not have this last year, so it was not a part of this plan, but because we did have it this year, I did want to put it in because it was asked in the plan as to what we were doing for recruitment purposes when it came under the employment equity piece, which is on page 13, if your page numbers are as mine. Under letter D, there's a note that says, please see the SDIRC recruitment plan attached at the end of this report. So that's why that plan is there, so that the state can see that we do have an active recruitment plan that we are utilizing to ensure that we are getting high-quality individuals into our district to teach our students, as well as other employees, be it administrators and/or support staff. Any questions?
I wanted to, oh, yeah.
Oh, sorry.
May I make Dr. Long and
Yes,
I
ma'am.
had an opportunity to give me a briefing on this, because this is done, as a looking backward, looking at the year in review. And so now moving forward, this becomes a data point for us to formulate and make adjustments. And so one of the things, and I made a comment when you all first met me, that when I look at the decrease in participation, and it's in addition to participation, it's about passage rates for me as well. And so, sometimes you'll see a real high increase in participation. You might see the passage rates go down a little bit as we stretch students and grow them. So, those things you have to look at in context. But across the board, I saw some decreases. And one of the things, I just really believe AVID helps build and grow and supports, and that needs to start in the middle school. And, when I looked at the other two plans that we are talking about today, I just am a firm believer, and that's, my past experience showed that really came in and addressed and supported and developed students, so that parents felt a little better about putting their child in an AP class because they knew that there was a support system, and we developed that skill set. So AVID is expensive, but I do believe there's a return on that investment, and I am investigating how to pilot AVID in maybe 2 or 3 schools this year. I know the budgets are tight, but I just want to look at that return on that investment. I think the other thing too is that looking at some of the accountability measures and timelines here, we have an African American Achievement Plan, we have a strategic plan, we have in-school improvement plans. We need to align those better. We can't change the percentages here because they're, sometimes dictated by the state, but I do think we're gathering the data in a variety of places. And when we get to the strategic plan, we presented the data based on the data and then showed you where it was in multiple places of the plan. Sometimes we get kind of stumbling over this one and that one, and so forth. So I just wanted to make those comments. As far as the HR plan, that again is what was done this past year. Moving forward, we need to make some adjustments in this. I think there's some outreach areas we can do. And I did have a request, and I'll let you bring that up, but we're in the process of gathering that data because I know Mrs. Barrenborg, you made a request for some additional information, so I'll let you speak to that.
Okay, thank you. I went through this with a fine-tooth comb with Dr. Moxley yesterday. And you definitely referred to some of the things that I brought up and was concerned about. AVID, I'm very familiar with, a wonderful program. And I'd be very supportive of putting that in our middle schools. I don't know if you're familiar with it at all, but if not, I can give you some contact people to talk to that have had it in their schools, and it's been quite impressive. But again, like anything else, you have to have the right personnel in place, because I have seen it go really, really well, and then I have seen it drop. So you need to be very careful as to monitoring who's driving that. Can we go back to page 1?
Sure.
Okay. So how are we informing our principals of this report and the requirements? And the one is specific I want to bring up is student access to 1, which is reviewing current and proposed programs, activities, facilities, and practices, including how kids are put into classes and how they get to select which courses they take and who gets to select first.
So that is not under my preview. That would probably come under curriculum and instruction because it's dealing directly with curriculum. So this portion of the plan It's simply us taking what we already have in our policy that's there and placing it into the plan because that's what we're required to do. So all of these pieces are there. So every year that this is completed, this is my second year totally completing the plan, I will begin to make sure that principals have a copy in hand so that they can review it. And at some point, I will get with Dr. Moxley to see how she wants us to review this with principals, because you are correct. They do need to know what's here and what their responsibilities are within what is here.
Especially that one.
Yep.
I'm going to be real honest with you. That one needs to be looked at with principals.
Okay?
Okay. And then on
Which one was that, Mrs.
Um,
Barnboard?
C, number 1,
Okay.
making sure that we're being equitable in selecting classes and scheduling and things like that. Okay. Page 6. You mentioned the drops and looking at trends, but every single one of those dropped. I can see that if you see one area or 2 areas or 3 areas, but every single one of those dropped. So, wondering if
Right.
it's just a,
Yeah, we're digging into the data. I met with Mrs. Dampier about I want the IB scores for the past several years to look at
we don't have
trends.
those in yet,
I
do we?
want to, we just got them.
Just got them,
Just got
okay.
them. So I haven't had a chance to, they're getting them for me. I want to look at all the AP scores in the district and look at trends, not just enrollment as far as participation, but in passage rates.
Bingo,
to see
that's what
the-
matters.
To see
is
what the
getting kids
trends
to
are.
pass.
You know, you can adjust that. I mean, you can only take those top 5% of your students and put them in AP, and you're going to get 100% passage rate. However, we're violating C1,
Right.
you know, and
Again, going
so,
back to
again,
C1, I keep bringing
access.
us back to
And
that.
again, if you want to give access and opportunity, you've got to have the support system for students to be successful in there. So it is about participation, it is about passage, but you can't look in one or the other in isolation.
But should we, I know you talked about that we have different plans and different goals. Should we start matching these goals, though, to our strategic plan instead of, maybe reverse it?
Absolutely.
Instead of making the strategic plan the goal, looking at this and saying this needs to be our strategic plan goal, too?
I think this is too limiting
Okay.
for the strategic plan.
Well, of course, but I
I
mean,
think
this
this
needs
needs
to
to
be a component.
inform
Right.
the strategic plan
I
and
agree.
look at that data. So to your point, yes, I totally agree with you, and how we get there definitely needs to inform it.
And are we looking at all schools, including charters?
This information that we get from the state, I don't believe it includes charters, but I haven't asked that question.
I think we should,
Okay,
mostly because we can only control what we can control.
correct.
And also, if we're looking at strategic plan as an evaluation tool for our next superintendent, we need to make sure that we're looking at the right data. Okay? And then if you go to page 9. Page 9. No, not page 9, sorry. Yes, it was. I'm looking specifically at Hispanics.
Under which
And
topic?
the
Dual
specific
enrollment?
plan
Oh.
for, a specific plan for what we're going to do to, mostly under recruitment, so I guess I can hold that until we get to
Yeah.
recruitment.
Page 13.
Yeah.
Are you talking, I'm sorry, Mrs. Brandenburg.
Yes.
Are you talking
Go
about,
to page 13.
yeah, talking about
Thank you.
employees now?
Yeah,
Okay,
employees.
okay.
So, yes, we're looking at our numbers and we are climbing in some areas, but if you look at our Hispanic population is still severely behind.
You are correct, and I do believe that moving forward with our new HR recruitment plan, we need to clearly look at that population because our numbers are underrepresented based on percentage of our student population.
Right, and
Most-
as we discussed yesterday, perhaps putting some more people on that committee that are of Hispanic heritage, and then
Right.
we can hopefully
Right.
see a different point of view.
Right.
How we can help.
Absolutely.
Okay. And then on page 14, again, does that include charters? Because I believe there was a charter school that was doing a single-sex class for a little while. I'm not sure if they're still doing it.
I would have to research that one. Do you know the answer to that one? Yeah.
No, but I have not included charter last year nor this year in this.
Okay.
But I will
It would be
definitely
good
call
to know when we're
ask.
getting data like this and we're comparing district data, if it includes charters or not. Because sometimes we get data and it does include charters, And I think we need to look at that carefully.
Sometimes we're required to include charter.
No, I know that, but I'm just saying, when we're evaluating our superintendent, we're evaluating our schools, and we're looking at apples to apples, and we're looking at growth, what we can control, we need to look at that as segregated information from our charters.
Right.
And I think to just respond to that, because this is a state report, it is important for us to get clarification whether this report should include charters or
Right.
not, whether it does when we get it from the state, and be very clear and put a footnote whether it includes charters or not, because there are some things from a district standpoint that it reports all students.
Right.
And all students include charters. And so if you're really talking about the evaluation of your full-time superintendent, then you would want it to be indicative of what they have responsibility for.
Exactly.
Anything else?
That's all I have.
I just would like to point out for probably the third year in a row, that it always bothers me that it's always males. That it always, I just don't understand why they put when they list out.
Oh, not the
I know.
female.
Yeah,
Okay,
I mean,
was
I
like,
just,
suffering.
no, I mean, no, I'm sorry, when they list out, like, total, when they're talking about the drop in certain areas, it says whites, white males, blacks, black males, Hispanics, Hispanic males. That just
Yeah, no
bothers me.
females.
Why,
Yeah.
I just think it's an antiquated form, and they need to update it. That's my feeling on that. I've said it, this is probably the third time I'm
Third
saying
year,
it.
yes, I remember you saying that.
If you're
before.
listening, Richard Corcoran,
Right.
fix it.
Okay.
One thing that really stood out to me when I was going through this, and the past couple of years when we went through our strategic plan, I think we need to look at our strategic plan when it comes to recruiting on our Hispanics, because I can't recall, but I think it was around 5% was the goal. Even we have our goals set low.
Right.
And we know that 23% of our students are of Hispanic households or descent, and, if our goal is that low, we're always gonna aim
Lower.
lower.
Right.
So it's in our strategic plan, and we need to look at that.
In the strategic plan, I believe it's 2%.
Is it 2?
I
Is
think
it
so. I'll
2
kinda
per
review that.
year?
Yes.
I
I
think
want to
so.
say it's 2
Oh,
per year.
okay.
I think one of the things, because we talk about the superintendent's evaluation being dependent upon the strategic plan, and I think that's a good point that you bring up, but I also think it's important to have realistic expectations. So if, let's just say you said you put in 24%, and then if you were using, I'm just using this for example, and then you're going to use that for the evaluation for the superintendent, that's an unattainable goal in a year.
Oh,
24%, right? That's just unattainable. It's not realistic. There are also certain factors we know as far as African-American recruitment that there are just not the teachers. I mean, and so I think I agree with you, but I also think that we have to make smart goals that are, focused and that other things inform, besides just a want.
And one of the things you can think about doing with your strategic plan, if it's something like this, is you can map it over, let's say you give a contract for 3 years for the new superintendent. You can map some things over 3 years that, okay, here the first year it might, you might only get 2%, and then the next year, now that you've been here a year, and you've got grounded, you've made connections with partnerships, you can do 3, different things like to get you to that goal over a period of time, so you can see progress. Okay, if we're done with that one, let's move on to Dr. Hodges' work.
Yes, ma'am. So before I begin this particular PowerPoint, I'd like to introduce the 4 guests that I've asked to be here this afternoon. I have the 4 principals that Dr. Hodges, leadership coaches work with for their 18-19 school year. So I'm going to introduce them before I get started with the PowerPoint. To my right, I have Mrs. Beth Hofer, who's the principal of Oslo Middle School. I have Ms. Tasha Jones, the principal of Gifford Middle School. I have Ms. Aretha Burnett, the principal of Dodgertown Elementary, and also Mrs. Tish Whitfield Hart, the principal of Sebastian Elementary School. And they are here to provide you firsthand feedback because they work with these individuals every time that they came and communicated with them more so than I facilitated the process. Okay, I guess this is working. All right, so just to kind of recap a few things. In 2017, Dr. Hodge and the Urban Learning and Leadership Center began work with the School District of Indian River County. October of 2017, they conducted walkthroughs on every school campus, and I brought with me the results of those walkthroughs just so you could take a look. Each school was given a profile, and I know Mrs. Justice and Mrs. Zork has seen these, but Ms. Berenborg, I know that you and Dr. Moxley have not, so, and these are the 4 particular schools in which we're dealing with today.
Mrs. Zork, can Dr. Long go back to how ULC was selected as the firm to work with, and also why we worked with a firm, why there was a consulting firm that was brought in, and who else was considered? Because I think that's an important part for people to understand.
Okay, I try to remember back that far, Mrs.
My memory's pretty good. I
Justice.
can help you out if you need.
Okay, thank you very much. I appreciate that. So back in 2016-17, the beginning of that year, we began the committee back then that we had, the African American Achievement Committee, was meeting, and we were talking about the fact, and on that committee consisted of school board members, school board personnel, I'm sorry, NAACP was represented as well as the community. And so that group was talking, and we were looking at data and the performance of our African-American students as compared to our white students, our Hispanic students, and all of the subgroups. And it was very evident that there is a great gap, a very lagging great gap between our African-American students and our white students, but even so, the Hispanic students, because they are lagging behind there as well. And so from those conversations in that committee, we began to talk about what is something that we could do in order to help improve that status of our African-American students. And so the conversation began to talk about what type of partnership or what type of programs we could bring in to kind of look at that. But before we did that, we needed to assess really what was going on at the different school levels. And so there were some nominations made from the floor, and Mrs. Justice, you can jump in anytime when you feel I'm leaving something out, please. There are nominations made from the floor of different persons that had been researched, and those names were brought forth. If I can remember correctly, Dr. Hodge was one of those names. Dr. Calvin Mackey was one of those names out of New Orleans, who's done a lot of work with lower socioeconomic communities and working to improve the status of African-American students. There was
A gentleman with a very interesting last name.
yes, what was it? Kanjufu? What was it? It's something like that.
I'm not even going to try right now.
He was the former president of the national NAACP. He's also done a lot of work in this area. And so we looked at those, and there are a couple of others that were there. And so we had talked about it, and we voted, and everybody, secret ballot, went through. I sent them all of the information on all of those individuals, all of their qualifications, the things that they've done, the districts, if they'd worked with any of those districts. And there was 3 selected that was pared down to, and then the committee voted on who they would like to have. And interesting enough, we had Dr. Hodge here back in 2014, 15, I believe. He came in, the administration at that time invited him in to a principal superintendent summit, and he came and spoke, and people remembered that. But at any rate, Dr. Hodge and his organization, Urban Learning and Leadership Center, were selected, and they came. And we had a meeting with him. We invited him in. He came. We had a meeting. And one of the first things that he wanted to do was assess each school to see what was actually going on there, to see if there was a problem. We knew that there was a problem, but to assess the extent of the problem for the learning gaps that we had. Did I cover everything pretty much?
Yeah, I just thought it was important to note that it wasn't
Absolutely.
a group that
Just
that the committee had
arbitrarily.
wanted to work with someone, and the school district and the school board made a decision to fund that. Then it was the committee, the community that selected who to work with in this program, and I think that's not always the case, but it's important in this moment. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you, Mrs. Justice. And so the profiles ensued. They came, they stayed 4 days, and they did walkthroughs of all 22 campuses. And they created a profile for each of our school campuses, which are those books that you see there. And I have all of them still housed in my office if anybody wants to look through them. And I also have them electronically because they sent them both ways. And after that was done, those were sent back. Then Dr. Hodge and Dr. oh my gosh, his name escapes me, his partner, Harvey, I can't think of his name right now. But anyway, they came in, they met with the lead, myself, Dr. Rendell, and Mrs. Dampierre, and we looked at the data and selected Dr. Rendell selected the 4 schools that would receive some coaching for the 2018-2019 school year. And the 4 schools that were selected were Dodgertown, Sebastian Elementary, Gifford Middle, and Oslo Middle. There were 6
Dr.
oh,
Long,
I'm sorry.
originally, how many schools did Dr. Hodges identify that could utilize?
9.
9.
9 of our
And
22.
do you remember what the name of what schools those were? Because we only dived into 4 of them.
Yes. It was, at that time, the Alternative Center, Beachland Elementary, Dodgertown, Fellsmere, Gifford Middle, Oslo, Pelican Island, Sebastian Elementary, Vero Beach High School, and Sebastian High School.
So how did we come up with these 4, do you know? How did we narrow it down?
I don't know what that process was. I just know that I was directed to work with those 4 principals to set up the coaching process.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Okay. So there are 6 visits that the coaches came and worked with the principals. The initial visits were August 6th and 7th, and they came and they created the action plans for each of the 4 schools. And the action plans were created with the coach and the principals and their leadership teams. And you have copies of those in the backup. And you also have copies of the mid-year and the summative, and we'll get to those as well. And they also came again on August 30th and 31st, September 18th and 19th, and October 15th, 16th, January 7th, and 8th. And then in March, Dr. Hodge came back himself because he wanted to do a pulse. He wanted to get a feel for what was going on, and he wanted to meet with each individual principal to talk about the experience, what were some of the things that were going on, what were some of the positives and any challenges that they may be having at that time. And so he and I went out and visited with each of the principals in March. And then in April, on April 2nd through the 5th, the middle schools had their final visits, and then April 16th and 17th, the elementary schools had their final visits from their coaches. So each school developed an action plan collaboratively with their ULLC coach. The elementary schools focused on kindergarten, first, and second grade because those were grades that were not already looked at through FSA. So they wanted to work with those grades. And the middle schools, each one of them had a little slight different focus. Oslo focused on standards-based instruction with quality formative assessments because that aligned with what the district was doing as well. And Gifford focused on strengthening school-based structures and multi-tiered systems of support, MTSS, to ensure that they were meeting the needs of every student in the classroom and the teachers were adequately meeting the needs and actually giving those supports that students needed. And so this first page here is what the elementary schools chose to look at, utilize iReady as their data piece to look at any growth that might be there. So on this chart, you'll see kindergarten, first and second grade for fall, winter, and spring. This is Dodgertown information only. And if there's a note, please note that all fall results are in standard view and winter and spring results are in end of year view. So I was kind of like, well, what does that mean? So I asked a few questions myself. So standard view means using scale ranges provided by iReady. If a student is falling anywhere in their grade level, they are green. Currently on grade level or higher. So if they're currently on grade level or higher, they're in green. So as you can see in the fall, for kindergarten, green was 15%, first grade was 5%, and second grade was, is that 13%? 15%, okay? And if they're yellow, they were falling 1 grade level behind. And red means that they're more than 1 grade level below where they should be. Just for those that are listening, I'm sure everyone here pretty much knows that. The end of year view, for students to be in the green, they must be falling at mid-year or higher on their scale score. So that's what that means, and the principals can answer more in-depth questions on that if you need that. So that's Dodgertown's. There's Sebastian's. And again, when we get to the end, if you have questions, please by all means ask. And you can see that if you're looking at these, there are growths in some areas.
Mrs. Orr, for the benefit
But
of anyone.
Dr. Long,
Yes, ma'am.
Hi, this is Mrs. Rosario. Thank you
Yes.
so much for providing all of this
Yes.
information.
You're welcome.
Essentially, with this chart, just a little point of clarification here. Essentially, with this chart, what we want to see are in the green with these schools is that the percentage is increasing, and in the yellow, the percentage should be decreasing.
That would be correct.
Okay,
I should have said that. Thank you
All
for
right.
bringing that point up. Okay.
okay, thank you.
Mrs. Justice.
Dr. Long?
Yes, ma'am.
For the purpose of anyone that may be watching, can you please define what a scale score is and how the state comes up with that and why that would be used in the end-of-year view?
Okay, so for the iReady piece, I'm going to divert to the elementary principals.
Well, I mean,
because
I'd like to hear your.
I don't work with iReady for that scale score, so I'm not sure why they would use that. So that's why I have the principals here to better answer that question.
I know why they use it, I just wanted to.
Can you clarify the question?
Sure.
Restate the question, please.
It says in the end-of-year view that that's based on the scale score. I just wanted for anyone watching to define the scale score, what that is, how it's formulated by the state, and then why we would use it as a comparison for progress, achievement, and how that's, I just wanted to define that for people so they understand scale score versus,
So
you know,
the
it's
scale
important.
score in iReady is the numerical value. It's a 3-digit number that we can rank and differentiate between the different grade levels. So in addition to getting a scale score, students also get a grade level score, be it emerging K, K, first grade, and then the grade levels are further subdivided into early grade level, mid-grade level, late grade level. So if we looked at students that were all on first grade level, we would not be able to make a distinction unless we looked at their scale score, which would be a different number. Some scale scores are higher or lower than others.
So it's my understanding that the scale score is a projection. The state basically says this is where we think this student is going to perform on the FSA based on a number of different factors. We've discussed before, poverty is not considered to be one of those factors, but there are other things that come into play, whether the child is an English language learner or different things like that. And no, the scale score is a projection.
When you go on and look at FSA, you will get, and iReady doesn't refer to raw score versus scale score. In FSA, you go get yes, they will determine, here's the raw score. That's the exact calculation, point by point by point. A scale score is when they have normed the test and all the questions in there. They look at all the factors that go into that, and there is an algorithm that comes by. So that's why the scale score and the raw score aren't exact, but they're close. So it's not necessarily, I would not have defined it with a projection, but it's all those factors of putting that test together and all the anomalies that go into each one of the questions and all of that a scale score comes
But
to
it's
be.
not an actual score.
It's not the exact point score. So when you talk about in iReady, they talk about the scale score because they're trying to align to the Florida standards and the FSA. Okay, they don't get into a raw score. I don't think anywhere in iReady do I remember seeing a raw score, but they will get into that emerging on grade level.
Thank you.
In FSA, you'll get data raw score, you'll get scale score, you'll get grade level equivalency. They give it all to you. I don't know, Mrs. Berenborg, if that, I know you
Yes,
were kind of waving.
Well, yeah,
Yeah.
I agree. Thank you for pointing that out. As I don't think iReady specifically aligns to FSA.
Yeah.
They align to looking at what they have determined as the scale scores for each of the grade levels. And then they give you that, they take the grade level and they give it to you in 3 parts. And I think that's important to note that that information is available for parents. So they can say, where's my child compared to another child in the grade level at the same exact time of the year? So they're looking at a fall score, they're looking at a winter score, and they're looking at a spring score. So you're looking at, is my child on grade level in the fall? Are they again on grade level in the spring? That's why it's so good to look at that tiered level.
Okay, thank you. See, that was so great. I learned something new. Oslo Middle School, again, this is based on the plan that the principals came up with in their leadership teams with their coaches. And the goal for Oslo was to focus on standards-based instruction, which included quality formative assessments and rigor will increase in student achievement by meeting the following targets. So the school came up with their targets, and the targets are right there in that first line. Yes,
Can I
ma'am.
stop you a second?
Sure.
Are those percentages or numbers?
Yes.
Those are percentages.
Okay, because they don't have percentage signs behind them like the last.
Sorry about that.
Okay,
Those are percentages.
okay, thank you.
Yes. And so the school and the coaches and their leadership team came up with their targets, which was what they were trying to meet. And then we utilized the FSA scores to determine if they did or did not. So the second column is 2018 FSA, and then 2019 FSA is the second column. Now that the middle school participation in EOC and industry certifications, that is not an FSA score. So I should have probably
Right.
distinguished that a little better there. But the projection, the target was to have 70 students participate. In 2018, there were 94 students at that campus that participated. In 2019, 152. So there was growth there. All others are a part of the FSA piece, where you see the achievement of African American students. The target was 50%. 2018, it was 26.9%, and in 2019, it was 29.5%, another increase. Then you have the FSA ELA achievement for Hispanic students, target 50%. Actuality in 2018 was 40, 2019, 47.5. So, and you can see the rest, but there were some increases there, as you can see. And then there was also some places that we still have some room to grow. And again, we can ask questions. Do you have any questions for Oslo?
I actually visited out there,
Okay.
and we went through this and talked about it, and I applaud you on your growth.
Thank you.
I know you didn't see the change in school grade that you wanted to see, but you made tremendous growth. So
Thank you very much.
Anyone else? And next, we had Gifford, and their goal was to strengthen school-based structures to promote an evolving multi-tiered system of supports to promote a high-quality, rigorous, engaging, and differentiated learning environment that meets the needs of all students academically and behaviorally, and leads to an increase in student achievement by meeting the following targets. And again, the leadership teams, along with the coaches, came up with their targets. And here, the numbers are percentages, just so that everyone knows. For ELA reading gains, the target was 60%. In 2018, it was at 56. For 2019, actuality 55. The math gains were 60% projected target. 2018, it was 67. This year, it was at 50%. And these are for the African Americans, no, all students.
These are all
Okay, FSA ELA achievement, 70% was the target. 2018, 57. 2019, 52. FSA mathematics, 70% target, 62 2018, 54 2019, and so forth. If you have any questions for Gifford Middle?
I have questions, but when we get over, we're going to go through the reports, because the report really
Dr. Wong?
outlines.
Yes, ma'am.
How come we don't see for Gifford Middle the same categories like the FSA ELA achievement for Black African American students? That information, and neither is the math achievement in the Gifford Middle chart.
Because each school sat down and they worked with the coaches that were at their schools to look at their school dynamically, to see what their needs were and what goals they wanted to set. So they set their own goals working with their coaches. So everyone was different.
Oh, so-
I expect everyone to be
Oh.
different.
That was on
So the-
this
so what-
particular project.
Yes.
Yeah, okay, gotcha.
Does that answer your question?
Yes, ma'am, thank
Okay,
you.
Okay.
So I do have a question. I'm looking at targets. They were very lofty targets, is that what it is? The wish was there, but what happened there? And I'm looking at both of them, not just Gifford and Oslo.
So in reviewing our data, we did have some lofty goals. We were extremely close. In our school grade, we were 1% from an A, which is 9 points. So we did set some high goals for our students and our staff, hoping that, you aim big, and hopefully we will make that goal. And, that did not happen this year, but we do have some work to do to reclaim where we were before. So that's why we aimed so high, because we knew we were so close.
How did you come up with those targets? How did you come up with your target?
We looked at our, just our overall data, and we looked at where we were and where we wanted to be. So that's why we did school-wide, because we wanted to look at school-wide structures. That was part of the feedback that we received in the, from the surveys. So that's how we chose our targets, because we use school-wide data. We used our school improvement data to help guide this as well.
I just want to add, we also are looking at unit assessment data as well, which the scores on unit assessments are a little bit different than FSA, and projecting that our goal is to be at A school. So you're going to have to be a little lofty and, drive the staff to achieve. And sometimes we were very close to our projections, and, but I'm not going to lower
Right.
the projections.
No, I appreciate that. I was trying to figure out how you got to the target. Thank you. Go ahead.
First of all, I applaud you on having high expectations.
Yeah.
That's a huge mantra on Kids of Hope. So I applaud you for doing that. And sometimes we're never going to reach those goals because we do have those high expectations, and we keep moving the bar because that's who we are. Even though your data here looks like you're struggling, I do know you made really good gains in your learning gains. So congratulations on that. I know we're going to get more into the data, so I'll hold it for that. But looking at this, thanks for clearing up that it was percentages, because I was a little confused by that.
No problem. Now, the other pieces that you will see within the packet for this in your backup are the actual action plans, and then there are midterm reports that ULLC supplied, as well as a final summative for each of the schools.
So, board members, this was an initiative and a project that obviously, from background that I've gotten from Dr. Long, we had a needs assessment on all 22 of our schools. It was narrowed down to a recommendation of 9 based on whatever the criteria that was used. 4 were funded. These are the 4 schools. You are seeing the plans that were in place that they operated under this past year with the coaching and mentoring model. And so the reports that you have as the additional backup, and certainly we want to give you an opportunity to ask any questions. These are things that are now we're looking at the year in reflection. Piece. Moving forward, in which now you saw some of the data, and some used already, others, the middle schools used the actual FSA scores. The 4 schools that are sitting here, along with several others, we will be now looking as they're building their school improvement plans, and I will be working with the schools to actually break down, and we will set some new plans. They might not be under urban learning and leadership, but they'll be under Indian River School District as we look at the action plans. Because, I agree with what the principals have shared. In some cases, they may have dropped in their proficiency, but they had significant growth. And I'm looking at Gifford and Dodgertown in particular. Significant growth in the learning gains section of their, and I am very cognizant and care very deeply that every student in our district gets a year's worth of growth in the year that they spend in our classrooms. I mean, at a minimum, that's very important. So we are going to really break down and look at that. So you will be seeing some additional plans for each school as we move forward coming for next year.
Can I ask, will those plans only include data-driven assessments, or are we going to look at some of these walkthrough comments that we saw.
Absolutely. Well, one of the, I looked at these as well and looked at, and I'm not sure the methodology and how the coaching and mentoring took place. So, in some ways, I know what Monday morning quarterbacking looks like. So,
Oh, I totally
I
understand
don't,
that,
I,
having been
I
in
don't
those
want to
shoes.
look back and say I wasn't there. But in my way of doing work, one of the things, and they're going to hear more about this, is that we're going to do some, I call them instructional rounds. And as a team, and getting our folks that are from curriculum and instruction as well as myself, we're going to do instructional rounds, and that may be on a monthly basis, it may be on a quarterly basis, where we're actually going in, and that helps develop our own leadership calibration, if you will, for here are the look-fors that we're going to go in, and it may be different at Oslo than it is at Gifford and Sebastian River Elementary School versus Dodgertown, going in, and how do you tackle an elephant? You eat it one bite at a time, and so really honing in on what is the area that we need to pay the greatest attention that's going to get the greatest return for our students. That's what we want to target, those areas, and we'll do those, and that plan will be done. So in essence, I'm going to do classroom walkthroughs, but it's going to be done a little differently than what you have here.
Can I also ask to think about this, because I learned a lot when I was going through classroom walkthroughs as a principal. One of the biggest aha moments I had was having one of those teachers that was sitting in a seat that needed to have some help and guidance walk through other classrooms with us. And I think once you have them do that, but you're telling them what to look for, or you're asking them, what are you seeing? And all of a sudden you're realizing that they're not seeing the things that you're wanting them to see. That's a huge aha moment, I know, because I think that that's a really important thing to do in your look-throughs.
You're exactly correct, because sometimes we go in, and if a class is very well organized and well managed, then everything's great. When in essence, I can work hard at something, but if I'm not working on the right work,
Bingo.
the outcome is not going to be there where we need it to be. But so your point's well taken, that we establish, here's the common walkthrough form that we need to use as a district and as a school with the principal's input, and say, okay, now let's go in. So we're using common language, common look-fors, and even though the look-fors may be different with that walk, but we're all looking at the same look-for when we do that one particular walk.
So I do have a question for the principals, and there's not a wrong answer on this, but I would like to know, because we did, sometimes we might think that we have the best ideas, but putting it to practice might not be what we think it is. So do you feel that this was helpful to have Dr. Hodges come in and his team, or do you feel like that you guys were already doing these things and it was just more of a monitoring of what you were already doing? There's not a wrong answer to this.
It's reflective feedback, and that's always a good thing.
Oslo Middle previously was a DA school and had the state in our school looking at instruction. So it wasn't a big change from what our staff expected. We regularly did rounds. We regularly, I'm sorry, Ms. Rosario? Okay. We regularly were looking at instruction.
Uncle Wilfred.
Mrs. Rosario, you're on speaker. Can you mute?
Got it. Sorry. I just muted. Thank you.
Go ahead.
So the things that we gained, the insight that we gained from the team was really speaking to social emotional with minorities. We thought we knew a lot, but we learned a lot too about how different approaches that they took. But it was in line with what we believe, that building relationships comes first. I think we can all agree that you have to get to know the students so they can be in the right mindset to learn. So there was benefits in learning about how they did things differently, but everything they brought up for the most part, and Dr. Burrow would tell you if she was here, we were doing something similar. They just maybe enhanced some of the strategies that we were using. So it kind of opened our mind to what we were doing, to maybe stretch what we were doing, and maybe doing it just a little different way. It changed our mindset a little bit, but I have to say, going through the DA process, and we tell this to the staff all the time, is the best thing that ever happened, because it really allows the teachers to see what the look-fors are, and that it's all about instructional variability, because we have to be able to teach every student, and every student can be successful. I don't know if anyone else wants to jump in.
I'll say for me, it was helpful to have like a confirmation. You knew some of the things were going on or happening in the classroom or were not happening in the classroom. And they went in a non-evaluative way. It wasn't me, it wasn't my APs, but they went in and they saw some things. And, you know, we were able to utilize what they saw with what we knew and kind of guide teachers to, you know, some better instructional practices. So it kind of helped confirm some of the things that we knew we had some issues with.
Sir, I have a question for Mrs. Jones since she's talking. Can I just ask, since we're on
Go
this?
ahead.
So I read this.
Into the mic.
I read this, and it was really concerning. And it wasn't anything that I didn't know. From personal experience and also just from, I don't know if I was surprised, but it was concerning to me. So I guess the question is for Dr. Moxley, and I'm hearing what you're saying, you know some of the things are happening or not happening, and how do we support a school like Gifford, knowing what we know? Because, you know, I've learned a lot about equal versus equitable in education. And I recognize that when I read through this, more so than any other school, I was just like, I mean, how do we support, you know, Mrs. Jones and her assistant principals and her staff with the appropriate professional development to be able to address some of these concerns? Because it's not going to change if we don't. And I think it's going to take a more concerted effort than just a blanket, you know, let's do, you know, rah, whatever. I mean, I think it's more than Kids at Hope or anything like that, or more than Abbott. I don't know, but I know we've had specific discussions about staff or personnel. You've discussed some of your. How do we support this school? Because they need it. She needs it.
Absolutely, and I think that this is a conversation we will start having and continue to have because, and I've been to Gifford and I've been to Oslo as well, and Sebastian River, I am scheduled to come here. I have not been to Sebastian River, but I've been to Dodgertown. But I think it's a conversation, and each school is so different, and they each need different supports. But sometimes it's the standards, you know, we've been talking about standards-based and talking about, it's really about the instructional variability that we're talking about. I agree with what you said about sometimes the best thing we can have happen is have DA intervention because it's a wake-up call, and it also then every week you are really checking and you're doing formative work, formative review. You're looking at instruction. You're looking student by student. It's changing our mental models. It's getting to that growth mindset. And that comes from professional development, that comes from modeling, it comes from collaboration. So it isn't about always throwing things at them. It's about engaging them in where they can internalize, and they meaning staff, teachers, it's everybody. It is every single person. I think Kids of Hope is one thing of several. I think looking at the growth mindset, I don't know where they are in that. I don't know where the pulse is, but I read the same thing you did, and I saw, and right away I started thinking about this isn't just about AVID strategies for support for students. This is about changing the culture and the way we process and the way we do the variability, the looking at our instruction. How do we get at that work? How do we collaborate as a team?
And my thing is going to be, again, the question, it needs to be, like, I think it was so good that it was specific to each school. It's so important that it was specific to each school. I just want to, you know, as a school member, you just think to yourself, like, how do you know, I want to be able to, and you can tell me, for me personally, how do I support the district individualizing? If we individualize instruction for students, then we need to be individualizing support for schools.
Right.
And how are we going to change how we do things to make that happen? Because we so much need to do it.
And in some cases, some schools, like in this particular situation, this was coaching that was done particularly to administrators, correct? Where you did walkthroughs. It wasn't coaching for teachers, or was it?
It was coaching for administrators.
Coaching for administrators. So that's,
Elementary
Well,
At
the
the-
elementary level,
It was coaching
more
with
student,
for teachers, okay.
yes.
Because I wasn't sure, and I didn't want to assume, but in this particular situation, from what I read, my takeaway was stepping back and saying, how do we provide greater coaching for teachers in instructional variability?
Because it's not enough for the
And,
principal
yeah.
to want to do it. I mean, you can know
Right.
it's there and you want
Right.
to change it, but you can't do it by yourself.
And in some cases, we've done math coaches, we've done literacy coaches. Sometimes it's an instructional coach that's really looking at how do we design the lesson, how do we deliver the lesson, how do we collaborate together, and what does that look like for Susie and Billy and Tiffany?
How do we
and-
learn to
yeah.
love the kids?
Yeah.
Because that really, to me, is a piece that I think, when I read some of this, I just think to myself, like, I just don't feel like there's a lot of, I mean, I say love, I know that sounds mushy, but between the students and the teachers, I just, it
That's a
feels like something's
relationship
missing.
piece.
That relationship piece to me, I just don't know that the teachers feel valued, and I don't think the students feel valued. And I just think because of that, everything's broken.
You're absolutely right. That's where it starts. And that relationship building that you mentioned. Are you kids at Hope School?
We are not a Kids at Hope School.
We've talked
And-
about that because Dodgertown is, and they feed into.
Right.
And we don't have coaches either
Right,
at
that's
Gilbert Middle
correct.
School.
You don't
so
have any coaches?
We do not. We're not a title school.
a-
We do not have
that's a
any
concern.
coaches.
Yeah.
No.
Okay,
That is
so,
a concern.
Right.
and having been through the DA process, I took over an F school when I was a principal. And going through that is a huge change in looking at how you look at student-by-student growth and how you look at teacher, individual growth. And you need support.
Yeah, she does.
You need support. So we need to look at that, Dr.
Yes,
Moxley.
we are.
I think all our middle schools need that.
Yeah, we need to focus on this.
Because our middle schools are,
But not being title, I think, we've talked about this before too. When you look at Gifford or you look at Beachland, or those schools where we have a segment of students that really could use the support that title money brings in, and they don't get it.
No,
And they
they-
still need it, and so when you look at a VBE or somebody that gets the extra money and the things that they can do, it's just not, we have to make up for that in some way, and because it's a broken system in that, and we just, and I know that when we add titles, when schools become title schools, we don't get more money, it just carves up the money in smaller pieces.
That's correct.
So, I just think we have a responsibility to address it.
Can I just mention one other thing? Thank you for the time I spent on your campus. I know I'm looking forward to spending some time with you, Ms. Jones. And, Aretha and I know each other pretty well and from past history. And she's a Kids at Hope believer, I know that. You've heard me sing the praises of that, but what it does is it puts that mindset on your campus. Your campus starts with that feel good. And it starts, there are 5 phases to it, and I've only seen phase 1 at the most. And when you start to get into the deepness, the depth of what it can do for your faculty to really believe in kids and connect with kids, it really was a huge change from my campus. I saw a huge difference. And still to this day, those faculty members talk about what a unique feeling that was on that campus because of the growth that we all had together. I know we spent a little bit of time and you're very interested in that. I think that what you guys went through was like a mini version of DA, right? You've been through DA, so you know. I know what it was like to put those reports together weekend after weekend after weekend. It's a lot of work, but it's good, important work because you're looking student by student and faculty member by faculty member. But yes, we do need to look at not just numbers and everybody gets these people.
Absolutely.
We need to start targeting our efforts.
I do believe there is some added support. I too noted that we did not have reading coaches and did inquire about that. I know that in the turn of the budget, I guess you did in the district years ago, and then we no longer have those. Reading.
How about instructional
I'm going to call them
coaches?
literacy coaches.
I mean, you don't have to limit it to a reading coach, it could be an instructional
No, that's why,
coach.
that's why an instructional coach
think
sometimes goes in and deals
Pedagogy and
with
connecting with
pedagogy
kids is really important,
and
first of all.
collaboration, collaborative planning, lesson design, those kinds of things. I think that may be something that look at. But I thank you for letting me borrow your book on Kids of Hope. I do think that is a very viable, to get at the affective side and getting into that intrinsic, and it's very cost-friendly
Yes, it is.
with that, so.
If we can, Dr. Moxley, I just want to let the other 2 principals share quickly.
Yes.
Sorry about
Yep.
that. I just had-
That's okay. Mrs.,
Okay, what would you like for me to share?
yes, please.
You
What?
respond to Mrs. Zork's question about
Oh.
the benefit of the program.
Okay. I found it beneficial. I agree with my other colleagues that some of the things we were doing and some of the ways that ULLC helped, it may have enhanced some things that we were doing. It also brought focus for the elementary campus to the K1 and 2 levels. Because a lot of times we are so focused on the grade levels that are accountable to the state in terms of testing and assessment, sometimes the focus shifts from the foundational level. And it's very important. That's where our students are learning to read at K1 and 2. And if the focus isn't there, by the time they get to 3rd, 4th, and 5th grade, now they're reading to learn. And if there are any gaps in the skills, then it shows up and it hampers a student's ability to comprehend, which is what they're supposed to demonstrate mastery of. And so it did bring a focus to our K1 and 2, and our K1 and 2 teachers, they want to be held accountable. They want to be involved in the processes just as well as any other teacher. We have some amazing teachers at Dodgertown. We're very proud of them and the work that they do to help our students. Our students are hard workers as well. And having ULLC on campus, it did shed light on some of the things, other strategies that are happening in other parts of the country. But what we, Principal Hart and I appreciated most that we discussed was an opportunity to visit each other's campus and have our teachers collaborate with each other to see what's going on great right here in Indian River County. So that was an eye-opener for us, and that resource was there all along, but who knew to take advantage of it? And our teachers enjoyed interacting with their colleagues.
That's what I was gonna say. I had the pleasure of working at Dodgertown for 5 years, there's the assistant principal. And so, I thought it was so important that sometimes we get in our bubbles, and we think that we're the only ones, sinking and not doing well, but it's nice to collaborate. And I think just having our teachers, and that was on my wish list, and Aretha and I had talked about it for a year or so, we should really get the teachers together to do PD. And this afforded us that opportunity to bring our staffs together. We did a PD up at Sebastian, and we also did a PD at Dodgertown, and we brought our staff together, and they worked together. So, when you've got this going on at Sebastian, hey, guess what? It's going on at Dodgertown. This is how we handle it. And so that, for us, was the most important thing that I think that came out of this, was that collaboration between our campuses.
And we do appreciate the support that
Yes.
was extended to us by way of ULLC. At the same time, whenever we're given support, we know we have to turnkey that support and build the capacity within ourselves and on our campus. So we never expected it to continue beyond that first year, because that's what we do as professionals. We learn the PD, we implement it, we monitor it, and we know that we have to become self-sufficient with it.
Thank you.
So one of the things, I know I had spoken with Principal Burnett about this, was, we spent $80,000 on ULC. So if we work with 54? 74, excuse me. All right, I'm going to round up. Let's just say $20,000. If you had gone to Mrs. Hofer and you had said, Mrs. Hofer, I have $20,000 for you, what would you like to do with $20,000? Or that, to me, right, that was the question. I think, Principal Burnett and I had talked about that. What would you have done with $20,000, right? I don't know. I mean, it's just an interesting idea. Are we giving that? We always
Autonomy.
think we're supplying what it is they need. Is it really what they need?
Right.
And that's why you have to have that two-way conversation
Yeah.
going on, and where is the deficit, what's the gap? How are we going to
Exactly.
address that, and then what?
Then when they tell you what they need, right? Whether it's to let teachers go, or to hire more teachers, or to change things drastically, or to implement a uniform process, or that they don't want hoodies on their campus because they don't want it because it causes a problem for them, then we have to support it. Or else we have to change the principle. Because if they're there and they're doing the job, we have to allow them to do the job. I feel like in this district, we have in the past tied people's hands behind their back or one hand behind their back and then said, you know, and then held them to some expectation and then say, well, you didn't hit where you, well, did you give me the tools I needed? Did you give me the support I needed to be able to reach that goal? So it's just something going forward when we think about that.
Amen to that. You know, having been a principal that had, you know, my hands tied at times and you were frustrated because like you said, if I was to get $20,000, you're sitting, I can see your mind's going like, but I also know that you made an important point is to look outside our little bubble. And I think that collaboration that you two had was really important because teachers need to talk to other teachers outside their campus. They need to know what the real world is doing sometimes. And I think in Indian River County, we haven't done that enough. We haven't gone outside our little bubble and looked at what's happening in the other communities.
Because we're not that unique. It's happening everywhere. I mean,
Right. You know, having been a teacher at Dodgertown for years and having, my kids are little Dodgers, I care deeply about what happens to that campus. And I think that it's not just little Dodgers that we need to look at. It's all our little Dodgers, all our little kids going around. And you might not have as big a population on your campus of need, but those kids still need. That, you know, we can't just look at that and say, okay, well, that school's doing fine. Well, how about those 10 kids that aren't doing fine? So that's why you have to drill down to, by kid, what's going on with your campus. And it's every school. We really need to look at that by kid. Because gone are the days where we can just say, okay, well, that school's an A, we don't have to worry about that, because guess what? There's a population of kids there that have a need that we really need to look at. So thank you for doing this. I think it needs to continue with what Dr. Moxley's putting in place is to look for those, do those walkthroughs with your campuses, with your teachers. Please look at Kids at Hope. I'm a huge believer in it just because I saw what it did for my campus. And that's why I sing its praises so much, just because I went through that change and saw it happen. There are, like I said, there are 5 phases. You can't just do the tunnels and the pledge and be done with it. If you do that, you're really not a Kids Hope school, I'm going to tell you. You've started the process. But to go through and really look at those connections, because when I read that report, particularly your school, I had some deep concerns. And that can be changed. Absolutely.
So we have to support her.
Thank you very much. We appreciate
I
all
have
of you.
some comments. Hello?
Go ahead.
Thank you. I'm listening to all of the discussion, and I appreciate the work of the ULLC, coaching the 4 schools, and the principals that are represented before us all. So thank you all for working with ULLC and allowing them to come onto your campus. But and Dr. Long, with the work that you have put in to put together the equity plan that we have, I feel like I don't want us to lose sight of a priority of ours coming before us in the fall, and that is to address the issues or the assignments that are mandated of us that are written within the joint plan for the achievement of unitary status. And although, working on an equity plan district-wide for all of our students is incredibly important. But I just don't want us to lose sight of some of those key things that are written in the joint plan that we're supposed to make sure that we address and that we have included in our equity plan. And some of those things I didn't see, they might be woven in there. And so that's where some of my questioning right now is going to come in, just for clarity for myself. What I didn't notice in our equity plan, and maybe Dr. Long can answer this, do we have a separate African American student achievement plan, one specifically for African American students? And if we do, I didn't see that in the plan that was presented to us today.
This is Dr. Moxley. Mrs. Rosario, there's three parts to this. The equity plan that you saw at the very beginning of this conversation is a state-required template. And it is not addressing one specific subgroup over the other than what is in there that Mrs. Justice brought up. It seems to focus on males and not females specifically. But there are very specific requirements in that plan, and that stands on its own. Then the specific project that was done with Dr. Hodge and his team, that's what we just gave an update for. There is an African American Achievement Plan, to specifically answer your question, that is referenced in the joint action plan. And that African American Achievement Plan was one that was actually done. There was a board committee that was done before that joint action plan was passed and approved. And so that is part of the presentation. You should have a copy of that in the board materials for the workshop today. And that plan was done last year, a year ago, and there was a committee. It had about 20 or 25 people on that committee. They worked on it, and they put forth this particular draft that you will. Then the joint plan came about and was approved, and that joint plan, in that there is a section that lays out the specific criteria that must be put into the African American Achievement Plan. So yes, it is very prescriptive, and that plan is referenced and the components that have to be in it. So fast forward to now, we have a draft from last year that incorporated the work of Dr. Hodges with the 4 schools, and that's referenced in there. But as we move forward, nothing has really been addressed moving that plan forward, because the oversight of that now is under the Equity Committee, and that plan has not been taken back to the Equity Committee. That is something we have to do. So as the superintendent, as staff, we have the responsibility of giving that data to the Equity Committee to move forward. In the plan, it does reference that the African American Achievement Plan needs to come to the board before the start of the school year. Well, and so here we are today, but there needs to be the components that are referenced in that joint plan incorporated into this. So this will have to come back to the board. It also has to go through the Equity Committee for their input and their oversight as a starting point. So, you know, as the Office of the Superintendent, I take responsibility that this needs to, and we're a little behind on it.
I have a question.
Okay, I just wanted to ask for that clarification because although I wasn't on the board last year, I do remember when Dr. Hodge presented to the previous board their work. A lot of the conversation had to deal with the joint plan for unitary status, and in that joint plan, there was, of course, the work of the Equity Committee that needed to get together, but there was a portion of that had to deal with mentoring of all new teachers and instructional staff. And so, if I remember correctly, some of the work of Dr. Hodge was to address some of those, the mentoring piece, which indeed he did. Obviously, they did mentor with principals. But I don't want us to move away from, and clearly I even needed a little bit of clarification there with regard to this plan being a separate one than the work of the joint plan. Okay, so.
Yes, this is the first step today in that process. Again, you know, we own as staff, and I will take that, you know, we're a little behind in this, but we need to get to the Equity Committee. We need to bring this circle to include the components in that joint action plan. So while you have what is existing right now in your board packet, it needs some additional work to be done. So this will be brought back to you at the next monthly workshop.
Okay, we have 3 more items to
Great,
get
I have a
through.
comment, I just need to make
Okay.
it up, thank you. As far, when you say a little additional work, I hope by a little additional work, you mean a completely different version, because
Yes.
let me just be clear and say, because I was a part of the African American Achievement Committee until I was run off of the African American Achievement, I wasn't a voting member, but I sat in on meetings. In the committee, not everyone was an educator, and when you're coming up with an educational plan for students, specifically African American students, while I believe everyone there was passionate about children in general, as a school board member, I was extremely uncomfortable with having community members who weren't well-versed in education and the specific interventions that should be used in dealing with African American students and addressing some of the achievement issues that we need to address. Coming up with a plan or voting on a plan or being a part of formulating that plan. Just as if I had applied to be superintendent, wouldn't have been considered because I don't have a background in education or a background to hold your position. We need to have educators, curriculum and instruction. We're not in that room primarily for parts of it. And without that piece, I don't know how an achievement plan can be made for students without having curriculum and instruction being making it.
Absolutely, and that's where, with Dr. Long's expertise and the team of curriculum and instruction, and myself, this actually needs to be brought forward and brought up, and that's where the equity committee comes in. They look at it, they're providing that oversight, that reflection. Does this meet the criteria that's outlined in the plan? Where do we need more? The data, we've been working hard over the last 2 months on getting all the data. So again, we are working on the joint plan. This is another component of it. And so that's the step. The process will be a little bit different, but staff has a lot of background work to do.
Are you going to go through this plan, or that's it?
I'll defer to the chair. I know that we have 3 other
We have time
items.
problem, that's
But
fine.
what we may want to do is, because it does need to be completely overhauled, if you have any individual comments that you'd like to pass on for us as we get to work, or if you want to, however you want to do that, Mrs. Zork.
Can I just make a comment? I don't think we need to go through it, because I agree with you. I think it needs to be brought back to us, and I think
Right.
it needs more diving into. As you know, I went through it
Right.
pretty detailed with you yesterday. And I had some serious concerns, especially over numbers, so thank you for getting this sheet updated, because I was very confused by the other sheet. I appreciate that.
No problem.
And I mentioned to you some other ideas for looking into tapping our African-American fraternities and sorority
Correct.
members.
I've already talked. with
Promise is
both
a
different-
promise. You've talked to her about that, too. Okay, good. And then you're going to get back to me on how many letters of intent were given, because I want to make sure that when we're getting a return on our investment, if we're sending people out to all these different fairs.
Yes, I did ask HR to do that. They do have that. It was part of the data to be gathered for the equity committee, so we do have that chart. I will send that out to all board members when I get back to the office. She was providing that to me electronically.
Great, great. I appreciate that.
Dr. Moxley,
Yes.
when we go out, I don't know if Mrs. Barenborg was finished, if I interrupted her. Are you okay, Mrs. Barenborg, can I speak?
Yeah, I think that was it. I didn't want to rehash the whole thing, because I do think it needs to be brought back, and we need to really dive into it. We need to do a good job with it.
Yes.
Okay. Just piggybacking off of what Mrs. Barenborg just mentioned with regard to the fairs, I believe she was talking about the hiring fairs.
Yes.
Yes.
If that's what she was referring to, I know that in January, when we had our teacher hiring fair here at the district here locally, one of the things that I asked of Dr. Rendell at the time was a list of how many people received an interest letter and how many of those were Black and or brown potential candidates. And that list didn't happen. I mean, I don't think they worked on that. There wasn't a sign-in list that showed those numbers. And if the human resources or whomever it is that's collecting this information for future fairs, if they could just keep in mind to desegregate that information for us, so that we can identify how many of interest come in, how many of interest are black and brown, how many of interest are minority, or how many receive letters of intent, or whatever it is that they receive, applicants, or I'm not sure how it is, but not just simply to get a sign-in list, but to actually get more data from.
Actually, that is what Mrs. Berenborg was talking about, that we
Okay.
are securing, so we'll get that for you, and I will email that out to everybody.
Yeah,
So we're-
and it wasn't yesterday, I apologize.
Yeah,
It felt like it was
it's
yesterday,
okay.
but
That's okay.
I appreciate your time in offering to go over this with all board members, so, and I took advantage of it, and I appreciated it so
Yeah,
much, so
and
thank
absolutely,
you.
that's open to anyone. Mhm. Okay,
Okay.
I think we're
We
moving on.
need to move on. Let's take a 5-minute break. We'll come back at 2:37, okay?
Okay, thank you very much.
Call this meeting back to order at 2:40. At this time, we are looking at our workshop agenda, and we are going to, out of respect of staff time who's here, we're going to go to the Neola update, and then we're going to go back to the superintendent search recruiting quotes. So at this time, I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Moxley.
Yes, members of the board, and I really want to thank Brenda Davis, who works on all our policies, and with Neola, the consultant company, and Ms. DeGresta. As you have a large notebook, because this is a massive update to our policies, there is a summary chart at the beginning of your book, and that's what I'd like us to work from. We could spend a full day going through this line by line, but I know that you each have had your books and that you may have had an opportunity to review this. So I'd like to work off of this chart. And as we go down through it, they're in categories: superintendent, curriculum and instruction, finance, HR, operations, and IT. If there is a particular question, we'll stop, and we will have staff here to answer any individual question. Is that agreeable to the board, or how would you like to?
No, that's
No,
great.
that is. I just want to
Okay.
keep in mind that we still need to get through the superintendent search recruiting quotes, because that is on the agenda tonight. So,
So short comments.
please.
Okay. So when you look down through, starting, you're going to see that policy 100 and 123, those are revisions. There are revisions to that, and they're just set forth based on different bylaws and policies. There might be some citations and definitions that have just provided some clarification. I'm going to stop there if there's any question on any of those. Policy 124 is a new policy, and this is standards of ethical conduct. This really gets into about the gift laws and just standards of conduct as with regards to the board.
May I ask a question quickly? Thank you. If, when you're going through this, if you could say if this was required by statute or if this was a request of staff, if you could just clarify
Sure.
on each one.
Sure. This particular policy it came about because there were some revisions that came because of a citation in Florida statute 1001.421. I'm not sure if there's anything in addition to that.
Mrs. Zorg, may I? Thank you. For 0124, if you remember back in 2018, there were some legislative changes that required a board to have a code of conduct with regard to ethical conduct. So this is coming into compliance with that requirement for you to adopt a policy, which is required by statute.
Thank you very much. Any questions on that one?
I have a question. With this policy here, or with this revision, there is another standards of ethical conduct in the human resources section. Would it be appropriate to title this board member standards of ethical conduct so that it's clear that it's specific for board members?
What number are we talking about? 124?
124.
Because when
Yeah,
you and I
the one
talked
that
about
we're
it.
on right now.
Ms. Rosario, I'm gonna piggyback on your question, because when, Ms. DeGresta, when I called you about this, we talked about 124, and you said that there was 125 as well, and there was a,
The 0124 is entitled Standards of Ethical Conduct, and that particular proposed policy is in the bylaws chapter, which applies to school board members. If you look at the description in the chart that Dr. Moxley mentioned, the 124, the description is actually talking about a gift policy, but that gift policy this board adopted several years ago, and it's 0125. So somehow
That's
that
why.
description got pulled up into 124.
That's why I
the
was
descri-
confused.
Yeah,
Yes.
thank you for that
That-
clarification.
That's the
Yeah.
description of 125, which this board adopted several years ago. So this description just doesn't accurately say this policy proposal that you are looking at only has to do with standards of ethical conduct, and it's in the school board bylaws chapter. So that addresses, I believe, Mrs. Rosario's question of clarifying that it's with regard to board members. That's the chapter of the book, if you will, the electronic book that that it's in.
Okay, but that wasn't my comment was for the title of this. Would it be appropriate, or does anyone have objections to titling this Board Member Standards of Ethical Conduct? Or Standards of Ethical Conduct for Board Members?
It's a title, it is in the board members section of your board policy manual. It's a preference, it does not impact the content of it one way or the other. It's just your preference, board members. If you'd like to add board member standards of ethical conduct, we can do that.
Well, it's in that
Yeah,
section,
because, I mean,
correct? So
we
it's
have,
already there.
Policy 0123 is titled Standards of Boardmanship. I mean, in this same title, we also have homeschool, which I don't know why it belongs here. It should be in curriculum and instruction, but
With your permission, may I title this one Standards of Ethical Comment dash Board Members?
Sure.
Okay? Mrs. Rosario?
If it means we can move forward.
oh, sure, great.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay, moving on, 141.2, conflict of interest. This particular policy has been in existence. It is adding a line that says, in addition to the provisions of bylaw 0124, which is what we just talked about, pertaining to conflicts of interest, this is now, it's saying in addition to that policies, it's providing clarity. Questions on that one? Okay, policy 147.1 is travel and per diem. This is a new policy, and this was a change in the statute. And we talked briefly about it this morning with our board budget meeting. And this is intended to place or to address limitations that are required by statute, that if you are seeking to spend more than $500 for outside of the county travel, it must have board approval and confirm that it's for official board business. If you are traveling outside of the state of Florida, like you're going to a national on board business, that permission must include an itemized proposal of all anticipated travel. So, any questions on that one? All right, policy 9270, this is on home education programs. And this is an existing policy, but there are some changes and revisions to it that talk about, what the district can and cannot do, and that, like, for example, we don't assign a grade level to a homeschool student. We don't look at registration requirements or notification requirements. But there's also some other things in here that, how we monitor student progress. And this is all relative to mirror statute. Questions?
Dr. Moxley,
Yes.
on page 2, or the second page of this policy, at the top under portfolio, letter C, there is a parentheses with the word board at the very end of letter C.
Yes?
I don't know why we have board there. What does that mean? Does anyone know?
Yes, Mrs. Davis has some clarification.
Yes, during the process with Neola representatives here, actually Attorney DeAgresta asked me to distinguish what changes were being recommended by Neola and what changes were being requested by a board member.
Okay.
Okay, so that's
Are
for
we gonna keep that in
clarification.
there?
That will not stay in there, that will come out.
Okay, just clarifying.
Okay, that's,
Also coming down, letter E under annual educational evaluation.
Yes?
It reads, the student shall be evaluated with any other valid measurement tool as mutually agreed upon by the superintendent and the parent. That is not by statute. There is nothing in statute that supports that letter E, because the evaluation is solely measured, determined by the parent.
In this particular one, we did go back and pull the statute. It's 1002.41, and it is under number 4, no, it's number 5, and it says, "The student shall be evaluated with any other valid measurement tool as mutually agreed upon by the district school superintendent of the district in which the student resides and the student parent." That's what's in the statute. And so
This
that's
is-
what,
Which one do you have? 1002.41?
it is 1002.41, home education programs. It is item number 5. It's on this, well, this was pulled off the website.
Okay, I see it. Okay, so there's an or there. You see, look at number 4. The student shall be evaluated by an individual holding a valid active license pursuant to the provisions of 490.0037 or 8. Or, number 5, the student shall be evaluated by any other valid. So there's a very specific distinguishment there, because essentially what that means, if you go to statute 490.003, it's referring to a medical evaluation. So if a student is wheelchair bound or hospital bound or, something else other than, I suppose, traditional schooling, then a medical professional can sign off on the evaluation with regard to how that student, is doing, or should that student be passed to the other grade level. So between 4 and 5, there is a specific relationship. That's why it's either 4 or 5, but not one or the other. And how it's written in our policy here, the assumption is that it's one and the other, but it doesn't show what the statute is written there as. Do you see what I'm saying?
Right.
Just
It basically says, when you look at the paragraph in the policy above, it says the annual evaluation shall consist of one of the following. So it could be A, or B, or C, or D, or E. So the parent may choose to do B and not E at all.
Okay, I still think that that needs to still be clarified a little bit more. So if you look at D and you compare it with what we're looking at here in the statute number 4 in the statute says the student shall be evaluated by an individual holding a valid active license. It's not teacher license. And our D in our board policy says the student shall be evaluated by an individual holding a valid active teacher license. That is also not.
I don't know where that came from, but I know, I see the notation that it came from a board member, so.
I'd like
if
some
that's-
clarification as to how that happens. Like, do board members write policy and then send it to the superintendent and it gets incorporated in our board policy?
I remember this, and I don't know, I remember this discussion back in February or
Yeah, I remember the
January.
discussion, I just never saw I'm looking at like verbiage. Did a board member write this and then give it to the superintendent and it was incorporated in policy?
I don't know, I can't answer that before. I just know that if a board member, the board boards, as a governing body, you own policy. So somebody brings draft language, and then it's not incorporated until you as a collective board
Agree to it.
agree to it. So at some point in time, a board member or board members may have commented about this in the conversation along the way. I can't go back and speak to it, but all of you have the opportunity to say, I'd like to have this considered in your discussions. And so this, as part of this discussion, I can't speak to that, but I guess as a board, where I am right now, do you want it to say active Florida teacher license? And based on the statute, it does not clarify that.
It makes a big difference because a parent who is deciding whether they want to homeschool their child will pull our policy, and they will probably follow what our policy indicates, but that's not what statute states. So that makes a big difference. I don't want to mislead any of our parents.
But
So
our
if-
board
if
policy can say whatever we
B and
want.
E can just be written as it is written in statute 4 and 5, then we're not misleading any parents anywhere.
I don't understand what misleading means. I mean, our board policy can state whatever we'd like. The statute is a statute. If we want to say that everyone has to wear red on Wednesdays in our board policy, we can do that. I mean, that's what we write in
Not
policy.
Not unless statute says something different. Then you have to follow statute.
Mrs. Rosario, I'm going to let Mrs. Diagresta weigh in on this.
Thank you, Mrs. Zork. It seems that whoever suggested the language in this paragraph D as in dog, that language doesn't actually track what the statute requires. According to this notation, it was done not by the rules consultant, Neola, but by someone else. So
Who wrote it?
I have no idea. So my suggestion would be to not accept the language in paragraph D as in dog that we've been discussing that's notated with a parenthetical that says board by it, because that language is not consistent with the statutory requirement.
Okay, so if I'm hearing you correctly, what you're suggesting is that when this comes for first read,
Yes.
that paragraph D reflect what is in statute.
That no revisions be proposed for paragraph D, because the
Yeah.
current language, that's just the black print, not the green underlined print, but just the black print is accurate, but
Okay.
it's the proposed revision to that sentence that is,
Questionable.
yes.
Okay,
yes.
okay. We
Right,
just, we'll
right.
delete the green on that paragraph, okay?
Okay, yep.
Okay, yes. All right, okay, moving along. Any other questions on that policy? All right, 1242 is professional development. This is now in the curriculum and instruction. There are several revisions to this policy. You will see they incorporate amendments to the Department of Education's Rule 6A-5.071. The Department of Education renamed the Master In-Service Plan to Professional Learning Catalog, and there were some changes and updates, and those are reflected in this policy. Okay?
Dr. Moxley?
Yes.
I asked you a question about the tracking system for PD for
Yes.
hours. Do you have information about that?
We have gotten a quote to add that module to the system, and right now I'm looking, it's not an inexpensive
thing.
module to add,
course
but
not.
it is something we have to do,
Yes, I
in all
know.
honesty, so that.
I don't want to be out of compliance. and-
Right,
And
right.
that's something I think we need to look at
Yeah.
that people may not be aware of.
I don't think that we'd be out of compliance, we're just having to do things by hand.
Right,
And
well,
Whenever you add the human thing, and I think it's costing more in labor hours and
Mm.
time than what we would pay, so I just got that yesterday.
okay.
So we'll be
That'll be
moving
a future
forward on that.
discussion.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, 2371 deals with the Hope Scholarship. This was referred to, there was a memorandum that came to district superintendents in March regarding the Hope Scholarship Program. The reference is there, and so you're going to see some changes and revisions to that. Questions on that one? Moving along, 2460.01, this is the least restrictive environment. This policy is being deleted because it's very similar to policy language in 2460, not the .01 piece. So we'll be relying on that main policy. 3242 is professional development. These, again, are policy changes as amended. Is that, yes, because it appeared in a different policy as well, so you're seeing that link to that policy as well. Okay, moving along. 4242 also has to do with professional development. So to be consistent, you're seeing that policy updated as well for the same reasons that we just talked about. 5112, entrance requirements. This is a revision to the policy, has to do with special release school safety that came out May of 2019, and references the Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School Public Safety Commission, and you'll see the legislative changes there. 5225 has to do with absences for religious holidays. This was a revision and has to do with changing of the dates of the school year. 5500 has to do with student conduct. This particularly has to do with changes in the special legislation that came out with school safety of May of 2019. Yes.
Thank you. Neola reviews our policy several times a year, correct?
Yes, they do.
For any changes?
Yes, they do.
How is it possible that in this area, we still had 2015, 2016 school year that was written in board policy, and they didn't catch that until now? I'm just curious, we pay them.
Yeah.
I have no idea.
Well, if you can, okay. Okay.
That's
Closer.
they probably did catch it, but we rejected those changes every year because we had changed the policy not to have dates for the various holidays, and I think it just slipped by staff.
Got it. Thanks. It happens.
Thank you. Okay, 5540, schools and investigations involving students. This revision is just merely a technical update to the website link for reporting suspected child abuse, abandonment, and neglect. And just board members, just so you know, this particular topic is an annual retraining every year with staff.
I know we had a discussion about this and about our arrests of our students. I looked at tonight we're going to be voting on SROs and that, and I looked under their job description, and it says that they take over once an administrator has already done, and I know this because I did it. So once they've already done the investigation, my concern is that we're giving up that investigation on our part first and giving it over to the SRO before we've done an investigation. So we're seeing some kids getting some pretty heavy penalties for some things that are happening in schools. And I don't want to throw away our kids.
Absolutely, and I think it's a year for some retraining and highlighting some things that, sometimes those SRO agreements, like other agreements, they're put on, they're very little revisions, but we need to just go back and highlight certain things.
Okay, and you're going to be bringing that up as a discussion with principals. Thank you.
Yes. All right, moving along, 8462, I think was the next one. This has to do with the abuse hotline report. We wanted to be consistent in this one, and again, that's putting that information right in there. Okay, moving right along, 6233, this has to do with now finance. We're in the finance area with the district budget. You're going to see a revision as a result of Florida Chapter Law 2018-5. It requires the superintendent to reduce the district's administrative expenditures, looking at the fund balance. And again, they have a 3%, we have a 5%. So I think we're well within that. 6322 is construction contracting and bidding. This was revised. This was correcting a clerical error. 6325 procurement, this is a revision. The policy specifies the school board must take affirmative steps to assure that small businesses are used in accordance with federal law. And so you'll see the language to make sure that that's inclusive there. 6480 expenditures. This was revised to clarify the procedure that must be undertaken to amend its budget when it seeks to exceed the amount budgeted by function and object. Okay, this was, used to see things on spending limitations, and so we're making sure that this is in compliance.
I have a quick question.
Uh-huh.
Sorry, can we just go back to the, and I looked it up, I'm not tech savvy, so perhaps
Yeah,
I'm
that's
wrong.
okay.
When we look at the reporting website, is that the correct website? It's .shm, .shtml?
Which one are you talking about? I'm sorry.
Well, at the reporting website, we had to add in a reporting website, and it's HTTPS and then all of it, and then it's, at the end of it, it says .shtml. Is that a correct ending for a website? I don't know.
I will,
Yeah, it's a
SH
security
oh, okay.
HTML.
Well, I'm sorry, I'm very not tech,
okay,
I'm not tech
good, I
savvy, so
wasn't
just-
sure.
That's
With
kind
you
of
on
like
that one.
HTTPS, when you see that in your
Right, I
bank.
just saw it at the end, I just was asking, I was looking. Thank you, sorry.
6550 is, 0 is travel expense reimbursement. This deals with what we were just talking about, the change in the board member requirement. Crowdfunding, this was revised. This is, about the GoFundMe pages, those kinds of concepts. Here, there's some state and federal laws that are applicable to student privacy. You're going to see some additional language when it becomes property of the board. I think there was a comment, Mrs. Behrenborg, you wanted to, or not at this point.
You want me to say it?
You can.
Sure.
No, I didn't
Yeah, we
wanna-
talked about
yeah.
a lot of these changes, and one that I want to make sure that we're putting this out there for our employees to really understand this change. Because I
Yes.
think sometimes they don't understand when they want something really badly at their school, that if the board says no, or their principal says no, or somebody says no, we're just going to go put it out there and GoFundMe or whatever. And I've seen some GoFundMes about stuff that happens for our schools, and it kind of made me cringe when I read one of them. So I just want to make sure that we're communicating this.
Right. So what will happen, just as a general thing, because the next one also brings up some information that has to be out, is once these policies are approved and they've had the final approval, we will do an in-service to schools and department heads on these. The next one, 9211, has to do with parent organizations, those band boosters, booster clubs, PTAs, PTOs, those kinds of things. And you're going to see there's several revisions here of what they're required, your recognition of what they exist, and just some non-discrimination language, and then some just financial requirements and controls there. Good revisions there. 1130 is appointment, assignment, transfer, and promotion of administrators. Again, this is really talking about, appointments to work. This has to do with, I think, relatives as well. Nepotism is the word I was looking for there. Questions, comments there on that one? Okay, standards of ethical conduct. This was the HR one that was referenced, and again, there's some revisions to this one as well. Questions on that one? Streamlining some things there. Personnel file is 15.
Dr. Moxley?
Yes,
Dr. Moxley?
yes.
This policy here, 1210, Standards of Ethical Conduct, there just seems to be a lot that was removed from this policy. Things that I think really should remain, and I can't understand why they were removed. On the second page, see, for example, maintaining honesty in all professional dealings, not interfering with colleagues' exercises of political or civil rights and responsibilities, not engaging in harassment or discriminatory conduct, which unreasonably interferes with an individual's performance or professional. I mean, all of these here on the bottom under C seem to be so critical to standards of ethical conduct.
I'm going to pause on this one. I don't have the history on this particular one. Okay, this one we may need to go back. I don't have the background on this one to answer the
Yeah,
question.
I would appreciate that because there's a lot here that, I mean, it might be something that's mentioned in another policy, I'm not sure, but, I mean, ethical conduct is really critical.
This,
I would hate to remove something, you know, for it to be misunderstood and.
This was a this was a recommendation, an update from Neola. Dr. Suit is coming forward to see if she can give us any clarification, just for our consideration. Like I said, I don't personally have the background on this one. Neola made this recommendation, Dr. Suit.
Good afternoon, Board, Dr. Moxley. So this was what was defined in statute, Florida Statute 1012.01, and this was also recommended by Neola, so we did take their recommendations.
As a board, if, I know that when you look at employees and personnel for the ethical conduct, we do have the Code of Ethics as well that's in statute and referenced in policy, so I'm not sure. We can certainly pause this
revisit it.
one and revisit this one.
Okay.
So we'll cross-reference that one, Mrs. Rosario. So we'll not take any action on that one until we research that one a little further.
Thank you. I'm really interested in C, section C of this particular, just for your knowledge, especially since we are, as you mentioned, really looking at our human resources processes, and these might play a critical role in that. So thank you for pulling it for now.
All right, we will go back through that one, thank you. 1590 personnel file, there's a few revisions there to provide clarification on personnel files as it relates to disciplinary case files as well. Okay. Policy 3120, employment of instructional staff. Again, this removes some outdated reference to highly qualified, no child left behind. Those have been removed. There are changes, just revisions there. The same with 3130. Again, this is, has some nepotism references in it as well. 3220, evaluation of instructional personnel. This was revised using the word may as opposed to shall in some of the formulas, and you can see the statutory reference there. 3590, again, has a personnel file reference. This was adding statute language and general reference to general records schedule reference. There is a general records policy that governs the retention of records.
Right.
4130 is assignments. This is talking about, again, employing a relative to work under the direct supervision. There were some changes that took effect this July with regards to that. And so that's reflected in this policy. 4162 has to do with revisions on drug and alcohol testing. Those who drive a vehicle designed to transport 16 or more people required to have a CDL license. 4590 also is personnel and adds those statute language and general records schedule reference. 7540 is technology, and it's to replace, thank you, Dr. Suit, to replace the previous definition of social media to the new definition that we have in other bylaws and policies. And let's go to that one, 7540.
Are you on 7544?
I'm on 7540.
Okay.
It talks about social media platforms and sites as opposed to just social media, because
Okay.
there's many different platforms, there's many different sites with that one. Okay. 7540.02 actually drills down into web content, services, and apps. You will see there is the discussion of creation of content for web pages, and there's particular reference to staff members and students, because students with the use of technology. And we get into the purpose and the content of district web pages, sites, and all of that, since those are now widely used.
Yes, I have a question. I know I brought up some concerns about this and said whether or not we're going to also make staff aware of the changes. Question, and this is probably for staff. I know teachers have used in the past, and some of them are still using, creating their own websites on things like Weebly, things like that. The district can't monitor that as well as we can monitor in-house things. Are we still allowing that? And if so, if there's a question that a parent has about something that happened on one of those sites, do we have access to that information?
I would research your question a little bit more thorough. My initial answer in my past experience, I actually put together a social media guideline document that went out, and it talked about if you are a X position in a district and you go outside of the district platform, website, social media, you're on Facebook, that kind of thing, and you are representing yourself as a district in your capacity, the do's and don'ts of that. And that gets into all those out-of-district platforms.
Right, but
with
for
that.
example, a teacher requires the kids to get their homework off of this website or whatever, something happens, that's not housed in our district.
Right, well, and the concern I have over that is student record and the confidentiality of a student record.
Right.
I would not allow that, would be
Thank
my
you.
opinion on that.
But I know it's still, hate to say it, I think it's still happening.
Well, I think my concern with that you bring up is how do you preserve public records requests if they go in and delete or they lose? How are they abiding by those?
That's what I'm saying.
rules?
Do we have a policy that says they can't do that then? Go out on Weebly or
I,
something like that?
I personally will need to research that
Okay.
more clearly, because I have some concerns on that
I
topic.
do too.
And that's one of the reasons why we're using the school messenger platform for teacher websites. We've done Techie Tuesday trainings this summer. We're going to be doing it at the Digital Summer Academy.
Get closer to the mic,
Yeah,
Mr.
absolutely.
McDonald? Thank you.
So we're using School Messenger for training on teachers for their websites. That will be ability to have that searchable to comply with the sunshine laws and make sure that we have all the public records available. And we are trying to keep everyone from doing that. And we will curtail it in any way we possibly can. So,
Mr. Can he introduce himself, please?
yes, Greg McDonald, Director of Technology Services.
Thank
Sorry.
you.
So we're suggesting to teachers that they not use sites, independent sites, or we're saying that we're wanting them to only use our sites?
We want them to only use our sites.
I
Something
am
that we
saying
can.
I'm going to be looking at that and making some directives on
Thank
that.
you.
Because if we're putting student records out on anything, it needs to be here.
Thank you. I still know, I'm sorry, but I know it's still going on.
Okay, that's an important.
Well, we're at a
and
school
then
right
we'll
now,
go.
So are you going to?
Oh, no, I already
You're going
heard
to add
that
that in here, or do you think?
for this school year, kids are
Oh,
going on Weebly.
Mrs. DeAgresta, if you'll pull your mic up.
Sure. Because of the document I'm looking at is a red line version, so I'm not sure what page of the policy it is, but there's a sentence that says, I had it just a minute ago, school web pages, sites, apps, and services must be located on board-owned or district-affiliated servers.
It's right there.
Right, so good. So now that we have it in place and it's in policy, it's probably been in policy.
It's part of the new language.
It's part of the new
yes.
policy. Okay, good. So how will this be communicated? I mean, you say we want them to use. No, they have to
No,
use.
they have to. And so when this becomes policy, after you've had your final read, then that will be communicated and there
Right.
will be directives that go out about
Thank you.
that.
Thank you. I already know, I've been on social media
Right.
and already saw some of this already happening for
Right.
this school year
And
coming up.
then we need to, as things are called to our attention that we
Deal
may
with
not
them.
know about, we need to deal with that.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you for that. Moving on, 67540.03, you'll also see this was requested for consistency and changing the title of the responsible staff member. Okay, this is I'm on page 8 of 10 of your chart, okay? Then there's a 7540.04. This is regarding staff responsible use and safety of social media. 7544 is use of social media. This is a new policy. And you can see this authorizes the superintendent to establish controls. That's why I want to do those guidelines,
Thank you.
because sometimes people just don't automatically go to the board policy.
And thank you. I just want to make a point that I know some teachers are very used to doing that because they were techie people and they did it before we were controlling everything. But I think that they still want to be able to do their own thing and what they've always done. And I was one of those people that was out on Weebly, so I know. But I think we really need to let them know how dangerous it could become.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. And this may come, like I said, I've used guidelines in the past. I've used what I called management directives. If it's of such a change and you want to make sure that everybody understands that, use your management directive. This is how we're doing business.
Thank you.
So that will be coming after this becomes policy. But I will be alerting administrators to that. Student records, this is a revision, and this has to do with recommendations from the safety and security. Okay. Now we're on page 9 of 10.
Dr. Moxley?
Yes.
With student records, remember I brought up that one thing about when we do checklists?
About putting it on the checklist.
Okay, so we're going to update the checklist?
I will be updating staff on
Thank
that. I
you.
haven't done that yet, but it's on my list.
Thank you.
To take care of.
Can I ask a question on this policy? On 7544, use of social media? The last part of it, it says employees' use of personal communication devices at work to access social media for personal use.
I need to go back to that. Do you have a letter reference?
Yeah, I'm sorry, it's 7544,
Okay.
policy 7544, and it's the last page, the third page of that. It's at the bottom of the second page and then the top of the third page, 7544. It's a brand new, it's all in green, it's a new policy.
Okay. Yes. Probably was this last one. Here we go. You said, what page is it?
It's the bottom of the second page and the top of the third.
This is the title right here, and then it goes
Oh,
over.
okay.
It
Okay.
speaks specifically to employees' use of personal communication devices at work to access social
Yes,
media for personal
yes.
use. It's an interesting topic. And it says that employees are permitted to use personal communication devices to access social media for personal use during work hours, provided it does not interfere with the employee's job performance. They're prohibited from posting or engaging in communication that violates state, federal law, blah, blah. If an employee's volunteer's communication interferes with his or her ability to effectively perform his or her job. Can you define that? What does that exactly mean? Is that based on the supervisors?
That, to me, would be that they're on break.
Okay.
Okay, they're on break. Okay, I have a child that rides the bus home, and I'm still here at work, and my child texts me to say they got home safely.
Right.
That's personal.
Right. Okay. I was just curious. I'm
That
curious
would
for
be
some
what it
type of-
is. Now, if I have an employee that is taking 2 hours out of the morning and they're shopping, that would not be appropriate. But again, and see, this is where you get into an all or nothing. You know, I have no problem when we have working parents and their children are walking.
Yeah,
home
you
from
see me.
school,
I mean, it's
riding their
it's
bicycle.
4,
Yeah,
3
because
o'clock, and I've
if
got
you
4.
said it's not permitted ever, then I would be in here watching everybody at every moment and that child and the safety thing. So that's why it can't be an all or nothing.
Right. Okay. Thank you for the clarification
Sure,
on that. It's an interesting
sure.
topic.
Sure. All right, the remaining policies on page 9 and 10 have to do with safety and security, video surveillance, electronic monitoring. It's a new policy. A lot of these have to do with thank you.
Yes, thank
You know, how we retain video surveillance. School safety and security is revised on the new legislative, the remaining of these are all revisions based on the law. And I would stop here and see if there's any questions on any of the ones on page 9. And then the last two on page 10 have to do with preparedness for toxic hazard and asbestos hazard. This was revised. They used to be called material safety data sheets. Now you can see there's new terms there, and this would be monitored through our Assistant Superintendent of Operations. And then the food service program, this was revised based on the Department of Agriculture and some of their requirements.
I do have a question. I know we need to hurry here, but you and I had spoken in the past about maybe revising the policy to, whenever we do have special meetings, is to make sure that we have a policy in place that in the beginning we state who called the special meeting so it goes into our records. Did you have any more
Actually,
thought into that?
we will need to go back and look at that. I think that would fall in the first section, to go back, and we can, in the bylaws section, add a statement to that. And so, yeah, no, I did not get that.
Well, the
in
reason
this
I bring it
packet.
up is because I know we have to do a public notice to have a public hearing on our policies, and if it's this minor change, we don't need to have.
Yes, I agree. In between the break here, I'll go back and look and see which policy we can add that line
Okay.
to. Okay,
Thank you.
are we all?
Mrs. Dorff,
Yes,
there seems to be, is it raining over there?
it is storming extremely.
It is?
Yes.
Yeah, this is very hard to hear. So can you, if you don't mind, just repeat that last part that you mentioned just now?
I had spoken with Dr. Moxley over the last couple of weeks, and to bring some clarity in light of one of our meetings that we had, is to make sure if a special meeting is called that we announce in the beginning of the meeting who called that meeting so that we can make sure that gets into our records.
So is that a policy that we're talking about, that you're talking about?
Dr. Moxley is going to look into that, but she thinks it is something that we can put into our bylaws.
I would say if we have a bylaw that addresses school board meetings, that we just add a statement in there.
Okay.
Yeah.
I would add to that in our minutes, that we indicate in the minutes as well who has called the meeting and who has agreed to be the quorum for that special called meeting.
I think that's the purpose of announcing ahead of time in the business meeting or the meeting that's called, who called the meeting.
And then that would
That would-
automatically be reflected.
And then that would automatically go into the minutes. So yes, that would be covered.
Okay.
That's our policy update.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Dr. Moxley.
I know we
Thank
went
you
through
for
it
everybody that
quickly.
came.
Thank you.
Thank you. Want to move to the next item?
Yes, let's go ahead and go to,
Thank you very much, Ms. Davis.
It's a good storm.
Yes.
I know, band practice. Kids are like, yes.
You can go.
Oh, they don't have to go march now?
Huh?
They don't have to march now?
I don't know, they're probably a little wet.
Okay. Okay.
All right. Go ahead.
At one of our last workshops or work sessions, it was requested that we go ahead and seek proposals for your superintendent search organization, who would be responsible for doing that search process. Mr. Carver went back, and he went ahead and submitted, sent out the letters of interest to be submitted. We sent them to a number of firms that historically do this kind of work. And Volusia County was just going through the process, so we were able to go back and see who did they send proposals, who did they get proposals to. I think we sent them out to 5 different organizations, if I remember right, and you received the 3 that are in your packets.
Okay.
And Mr. Carver did do a summary page, so you will see that you have the 3 firms that's submitted a proposal. So you have 3 firms. You have the Florida School Boards Association, you have Hazard Young, and then Ray and Associates. And in the packets, you have the proposals, and they usually complete, they're pretty standard. They give you letters of reference, or they will give you names of organizations that you can contact. We tried to go ahead and just highlight some of the characteristics of them. They're all within pretty much the same price range. They differ a little bit depending on, the timeline and how, whether their travel may be different for one versus another. At the end of the day, I think in all 3 of them, you are picking up the travel of the people coming. You are picking up advertisements. So depending on where you want to advertise, that type of thing. There's pros and cons to all of them. I think, for example, you will see Ed Week is a common place where you will see many of these firms advertise. There is a set fee for that advertisement, so depending on how long you want to run that advertisement. So any one of these firms will work with wherever you want to advertise. They may have some that they commonly use. So regardless of which firm, you can have a national outreach in advertisement, but those fees would be in addition to whatever their fee is for services. So anything else that I didn't add?
The only thing I might want to add is, in addition to sending it to the 5 firms that we knew about, we also posted it on our website where we normally do bids, and the letter was to any prospective bidder, so.
Yes, it's my understanding that some other districts that have gone through this process actually formally interviewed each of the groups. They came and they were able to ask questions about the superintendent search. They were able to meet the people and get a feel for them. There's an item on our agenda this evening. It says discussion, but then it also says selection. Were you proposing that we were going to move forward this evening with making a decision about which group to work with?
I did that agenda and I
Okay.
gave you the option. That
Okay.
was there for you to have an option if you chose to. Some school boards bring them in and they do set up a day and they have them make presentations.
Sure.
Other districts, they work off of the proposals. I wanted you to have the option, not knowing which way you wanted to go.
Well, I appreciate that, considering I think this is probably the single most important decision that we're going to be making going forward for this district. I think it would be in the best interest of taxpayers and community members to, and the board, in my personal opinion, to be able to meet with the firms, set aside some time and do that, be able to ask the questions that we need so that we can move forward together. Again, also, Mrs. Rosario is on the phone. Dr. Schiff is not with us. I do not know if she will be on the phone this evening with us. But I think going forward as well, this is a decision I'd like everyone to be a part of. So I'm not ready to move forward with this tonight. In fact, I don't necessarily know that we need to have I don't know that we need to have this as an agenda item this evening, since we are discussing it at the workshop. I think we could probably, that would be my personal, we can have it. It's not a big deal. I don't care, but it just feels to me that we need to interview them. That's my personal opinion.
I agree. I think this is an extremely important thing that we're about to undertake, and I think the more information, the better. I really didn't have a chance to look through all this, so I think, we had a little discussion about the other day, Dr. Moxley and I did, about what my intent was for what I was looking for, and I think that's an important discussion to have as a team, to talk about what we'd like to see in our next superintendent, even before we pick the team that's going to find it. Because some of these teams do national searches, and some of us might want to say, we want somebody with Florida experience. And some of them might just focus on Florida. So I think that's important to look at, that we need to discuss maybe as a board what our priorities are in looking for the next superintendent.
Now, one of the things I will say to you from just past reading of these proposals, many times that is step one or phase one of the process.
Right.
So when you look at some of these, that's the starting point. So, you know, you may want to look at, okay, if we want to have that first, then that may change the proposal, because I think almost all three of them, that's the starting point, is the
agree.
first meeting after you select which one, then they're going to come in and then they're going to sit down and say, okay, let's talk about the job description. Do we need to make any revisions to that? Let's talk about the pay schedule. Does there need to be any revisions to that? Let's talk about what is your criteria. So what are those things that specifically are you looking for? You're going to need to have that conversation with whichever one of these three you do. So I think that, I just wanted to point that out, whether you do that before, you'll do that probably afterwards.
Yeah, and I've actually done a little work in recruiting. That relationship is very important, that the people that you're working with. And I think, you know, for me personally, I want to be able to see the people that we'd be working with. I want to be able to talk to them and get a sense. When you came in, your resume is your resume.
Right.
But when you came in and sat with us, I got a much deeper sense of who you were as a person and the way that we could interact with you as a board. So that's my opinion in general. I would be fine if the chair wanted to remove that action item from this evening and just move forward personally with being able to set up some interviews for these groups.
Can I ask a couple clarifying questions? I'm looking at the timeline on this. You know, we're starting to get to the point where we gotta get some movement going.
Yep.
So if, I would like to have a discussion with my fellow board members first about what it is we're looking for.
Right.
Before we choose these guys.
Right.
So if we have that discussion, sounds like a workshop. So,
What Dr. Moxley was saying is that's the first step that they do with you.
I understand though
understand that,
what you're
but-
saying is
You want
that,
to talk about it first.
for example, if this is a hypothetical, if Mrs. Berenborg sees that she really wants a superintendent with Florida experience, then if we're looking at a group out of Illinois, I mean, are they going to be able to have that expertise that maybe
Right, I
another
just
group
want
has?
to have a
And,
thought.
and that's just,
Yeah.
that's what I'm taking that you're saying there.
well, I kind of would like us to have a ballpark discussion before we bring them in. I don't want to hear for the first time from my fellow board members what it is they're looking for.
Right.
I think it's important to note, though, when working with any of these firms, that while a company may not be based in Florida, they would be able to recruit within Florida, that the mechanisms and the process of searching for a superintendent are very similar.
Well, I'm going to say, any firm watching, if they can duplicate Dr. Moxley, that is what I'm looking
Dr.
for.
Moxley would like to
She's
stay for a while.
doing an awesome job, so.
So one of the things, I think it would be great for you to have that conversation here. So we probably want to go ahead, I'm assuming you want all three to come back, and that we need to schedule a time for all three to come in. And what kind of time frame would you like to allot? An hour per firm? And just 45 minutes, maybe let's say 45 minutes. And we can block off a morning or an afternoon, whatever. Do you want to do it on one of your workshop days, or do you want to pick another day to do that? Would you like to, now we need to kind of put a date to things. So when you want to have your conversation, how much time do you want to have the conversation among the board before you have them come in?
I don't think that's going to be that long a
If
conversation.
may I add?
Yes.
A suggestion for the board. I would be willing to give up one of my discussion session questions if we were to bring in these 3 or 4. I thought I saw 3 in our packet, organizations on a discussion session day that would take up if it was 45 minutes to an hour, that would take up about 3 hours of our discussion time, and we could just get it over with for one day.
So
I don't know how you all feel about that.
if you wait till that, you're looking at August 13th to have them come in.
I think
Then-
everyone needs to be available, so.
Then we need to have your discussion before that time period. If you want to set aside another day that we come in, you could have your discussion in the morning.
That's what I was gonna say, couldn't you do the discussion and
Come
then
in
the?
midday and then have our lunch break and then have them come in the afternoon. That might be a
That's fine.
better way of doing it.
Yeah, I don't think the discussion between all of us is going to be long.
No.
What about, we are gonna be here on the 30th.
Yep.
After that is to have that as one of the discussion
That's fine.
sessions on the 30th.
Yeah,
Because that begins at 5:01, it shouldn't be that long.
right.
I also think it allows them, if they're doing their homework, to watch us and see what is we want
And that's,
coming in
Right.
with that.
that's 14 days.
Right. So we could do the,
So-
Go ahead.
What is the recommendation?
Is that on July 30th, when we have our public hearing, is that after that at 5:01, we go on into our board discussion on what each board member is looking for in the new superintendent? And have the discussion then, and then invite the candidates to come in on August 13th.
could I,
That works.
well, the other thing I was going to say, August 13th is the second day of school. Would you be willing to do it like on August 6th? So we didn't have such a full day on the second day of school.
What day of the week is that, a Tuesday?
It's a Tuesday.
I would appreciate that.
Yeah.
I think on the first day of
I'm-
school, I was
I
actually
think that's a
here,
great idea.
and I would like to be home with my kids.
Yeah,
on
I
that
mean, I don't think
first-
it matters one way or the other in time, from when you do your discussion to whether we do it. But I'm just looking at the 13th, thinking, I know that we have workshop that afternoon, but if we didn't have to put something
Extra.
extra,
Well, I think we also need to look at, we have 3 candidates. Are they, because August 6th is not that far away, are they going to be available on August 6th? So I think given the superintendent 2 dates to work with,
yep,
Better.
yeah.
They want the
either
job,
one.
they'll be available.
So you're looking at the 2 dates are the 6th and the 13th?
Yes.
Okay.
And on the 13th, if we do the 13th, would we put that in the morning, so you have your regular board workshop in the afternoon? Because I know you all have some other discussion items that would take up your whole workshop time. Is that, am I reading that correctly?
that's fine.
Okay, all right, good, thank you.
Can we just review real quick what we just decided?
Yes.
So I am on the same page with you.
Yes, we decided that on July 30th, after the 501 budget, tentative budget action, we would have an item to discuss among the board. It would be just a discussion item, not an action item, but a discussion on the characteristics and qualifications and everything about what you're looking for in the superintendent.
Okay.
And then we will attempt to contact the firms to either have them all come in on Tuesday, the 6th, or Tuesday, the 13th.
Okay. Okay. I do have a question that we might be able to, or someone might, maybe Dr. Moxley might be able to find out prior to our discussion session, if that's possible, because I was looking through the price proposal for FSBA. I was actually looking for the price of the other organizations, but I didn't find it. But FSBA provided on their page 18 of our handout, their price proposal, and it reads, the maximum not to exceed base fee for the full search services outlined, including phase 1 through 9, is $25,000 for FSBA full member districts.
Correct.
So that would be, because we are full members,
Correct.
so charge for us would be $25,000.
Not to exceed $25,000.
Not to exceed 25,000, okay. And the other ones, I didn't find a number.
The other ones, they're not in a separate page like FSBA did, but in the items, and I can pull them out and see if I can give you a page number. Hazard and Young, it's 23.5. And then throughout, we did a summary page. I don't know whether that got emailed to you. If it didn't, we'll make sure that it did. They talk about travel, they talk about advertising, they talk about background checks, they talk about printing, and they talk about the community and leadership profile survey. That's why I said they're all in the same ballpark, but advertising is paid
Okay.
for. And then Ray and Associates, it's 22,000, but then, then you have to look at the transportation and candidate if you're gonna choose. So it just depends on board decisions there.
Gotcha.
But
Okay.
they're in the,
Sounds good.
they're
Thank
actually
you.
in the body of the proposal.
Okay.
Can I ask a question?
Go ahead.
As with anything else, could we maybe devise some way that we're going to assess which one we want to go with? Because, one of us might go, okay, I'm going to look at all the different figures and the monies, and I might not think of something else. So I know we're going to have a discussion about what we're looking for, but we also need to discuss what are the components for each one of these services that we're going to get, because you're looking at travel from them and also travel for the candidates that we have come in to interview.
Right.
So
Right.
we need to look at that as well.
And what ones you're going to pay for and what ones you're not
Right.
going to pay for and those kinds of things, yes.
Is there some document out there that we can already find? I know if you Google it, you can find
Probably
something.
the Superintendents Association would have
Yeah,
something.
we'll look and see.
Okay.
Now, I don't know, since they're one of the proposals.
I wouldn't go through.
No,
one
the
of our-
superintendent.
You're saying the super, I will
Yeah.
look and see if the
Yeah.
superintendent
Your
has one.
association.
Nice.
However, that in and of
Yeah.
itself is a point, because we have joined that group, and in that capacity, they should provide us with some type of rubric or some type of evaluation form if it's available.
Right.
Even though they may be, we may be considering working with them in a different
Right.
capacity.
Right.
So I still think it's probably.
And I may reach out to, there's many districts right now that are doing the same thing you're doing right now. In fact, I think by the end of the year, there's 8.
8.
So
We
that's
need
why
to
I
jump
said,
on this
that's
then.
why I said your timing, you're kind of ahead of some things, but your timing's everything.
Can I ask Mr. Carver a question? While I'm looking at this, I was trying to go back and look at the Florida School Board Association background check, $125. What are we seeing the difference between Hazard, Young, background check, executive due diligence services ranges between 1,100 to 1,950?
So basically what I did there was I wanted to provide you with what their flat base fee was, and then everything that they told us that would be an additional charge, and I took it exactly as it was submitted. So the background check, when I read through it, and I didn't read the entire document to understand it, but it looked like some of them provided a deeper background check.
Right, and
And
accurate
that
would
costs
be just
more.
a background check that would be, is there any criminal history or whatever? Executive due diligence services would be more of a,
It's
like,
gonna do
scope of
deep dive.
experience,
But there's no real,
past practice.
that additional information, I just put it there so that you wouldn't have to dig through, but it's exactly how it was proposed. So it may be a starting point for a question that you might have with them when you interview.
That's why I think it's important to call them in.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're in agreement to pull that item off the agenda
Right,
tonight?
Right,
Okay.
right. And that was just simply to give you flexibility.
Well, I didn't know who was going to be here today or who wasn't.
We're going down.
Yeah,
Left
one
and
No,
by
I think
one,
it's smart.
little by little.
Okay.
All right. Okay, moving on. Do you want to, I know time is near, the strategic plan
Carver.
update.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Carver.
I just want to give us an overview of what to expect next time. We don't really have time for that.
I told them that we call them so they weren't just sitting here all afternoon. But yes. So, board member, I will start, and Brian, and So what you have in your agenda, and we do have a very quick, there is a PowerPoint that is there. It's in your packet, and then you have the spreadsheet. And so what the staff did with the spreadsheet, and let me get the clicker, because I will go ahead and do this. So what we did, you have the full scope of all the metrics, thank you, Ms. DeGresta, of all the metrics that we've gathered and the breakdown of that. And so when you look here, here is the 5-year strategic plan. There are the categories, if you will: student success, climate and culture, highly qualified workforce, community engagement, and strategic partnerships, and then all the metrics that go into that. So this was just to remind the public, the goal statement and for each one of those. So student success, you have 3 objectives under each of those. The graduate within skills for college and career readiness, high quality instruction and rigorous coursework, and then supports needed. The climate and culture, again, you're going to see the social emotional support, the physical safety, and then celebrating success and accomplishments. And again, as you go through this, you're going to see the data, and sometimes the data addresses multiple ones of these. So instead of going through and putting it and repeating the data over and over again, we're just reminding anybody that looks at this, here's what the categories are, the goals are, and then we'll report out on the data. Of course, in the high-quality workforce, it's the attracting, supporting, and retaining. We've had conversation about this with the equity plan as well. In this one, communication and engagement, we're looking at how do we establish communication with everyone involved, the internal engagement versus the external engagement. Strategic partnerships, this is engaging families. This is looking at existing organizations, growing our partnerships, and also the contributions of individuals within our community. So here's the student success data. So when you start here, the measurement, this is grades K through 3, and you're going to see the comparing last year to this year that we just completed, you're going to see growth. And I think when you look at kindergarten through 3rd grade, that's where you're starting to see the growth patterns. Why do I think that's occurring? I think that's occurring because these are the students that have come in. They did not have to, like our high school students, come in under multiple standards. These, the students that are in kindergarten through 3rd grade, they're learning the standards and they're moving up with the same set of standards. So we're learning, we're going deeper, and I think you're seeing the growth because, again, we're building that foundational skills here with that one. I'm going to keep going until you tell me to stop. In this particular one, now we're looking at subgroups. This gets to that equity plan. Now, the interesting thing here, when you look at this, and this is why I'm glad Brian and Chris are here with us, because one of the questions that came up in my discussion with Ms. Barenborg, when you look at the equity plan, when you look at this particular plan, when you look at the African American Achievement Academic Plan, one of them refers and reports out on multi-race categories. This particular doesn't, because the state does not have a category on multi-racial and diversity. But in some other categories, they do, like in the, I don't remember which one it was looking at.
It's the very first one.
It was the equity plan. So because the state now picks up on that category, but in FSA data, it
Graduation
does
rates.
not. Graduation rate,
Does
it does.
Does this take out the charters, these numbers?
This does not take out the charters. So we are running.
It does or doesn't?
Does not.
Does not.
This is for the
It's hard
district.
to,
So when I know you use this also as the evaluation system. So for the superintendent, it should have the charters out. So we really need to run it both ways. So this is reporting for the district. So the question that I have is, when we do the district report, it really should include the charters. But then we should have a separate without the charters for the tools that you're using it for, unless you want to qualify it right out of the gate and say we're only going to do the district without the charters in it. The school grade does include the charters, that's why I think it gets confusing.
But we measure ourselves on what we're doing, and we don't
Yes.
have that control per se.
Mm-hmm.
I personally would like to see it both ways.
Okay, we can do that, that's not a
I
problem.
don't think it would be too
No.
difficult, would it?
No.
Extra work, but it's really interesting.
I think they control those.
To clarify,
yeah.
do you want that for the strategic plan closing out the 18-19 school year, or do you want it moving forward to?
Yes, yes,
Yes.
because you want to be able to compare it from last year to this next year.
So we'll just start it with the 18-19 school year and pick up, I mean, that's where we'll do it. And then you'll have that in this upcoming year to make that comparison from in 19-20.
And to clarify, the other category, we can get that.
Oh, can you?
Through the
Okay.
state, it's just that was not asked for prior.
Okay, so do you want that
It's a
other
growing
category?
number, multiracial children.
It's a growing kind of issue, I would say, is what really is that, because it's not, it could be an error. It's just a matter of Hispanics. When you check that box, you're automatically put into the Hispanic bucket, if you will, for lack of better words. And then if you check more than one, then you're put into the other category.
I understand. I want
I was
to be
saying that more for
sensitive
everyone.
to people not having to choose one over the other.
I'll wait until we get the
Okay.
motion. I apologize.
I just need a little bit of, are we talking about, what are we talking about here? Adding,
We're
like
t-
another screen here or another page that has, without charter schools, the same numbers but without the charters included?
Correct. I think that when we do our charts, we'll have the district as a whole, and then we'll have the district without charters.
I would prefer that as well. I'd like to see both of them.
Right.
With the charters and without the charters.
And Mrs. Rosario, what we're going to do is moving forward, we're going to do it for the 18-19 school year that we're just closing out, and then we'll have it for the 19-20 moving forward.
Perfect.
Okay.
And we're still going to see the 17-18 next to it as well, correct?
You'll see the 17-18 next to it. Yes.
Yeah, perfect.
Okay, and then we also agreed that we can get the multiracial data and will be consistent with all our reports. Okay? All right, then the next chart also identifies subgroups scoring at level 3 or above. We will do the same thing with this one as well to highlight multiracial as well, and to highlight with charters and without charters. Okay? Questions on that one? Then here's graduation rates, and graduation rates
Wait,
has
I'm
them-
sorry. I did,
Okay, we'll
I
go
missed
back.
I missed a screen. Can you go back?
I'm sorry, I did, because it clicked
Okay.
double for me. This
Go
is,
back one. There we go.
yes.
All
This
right.
was for English, language, arts, and then math.
Right, the ELL. And we're going to specifically direct our attention to that, right?
Let's go back, let me go back, because I may have jumped
Okay,
ahead.
I'm sorry.
So when you talk about specifically draw the attention, I want to make sure I'm on the same page with what you're indicating, because I have concerns in math, and I have some concerns in some of the EOCs.
Oh, yeah.
But I think,
I'm talking about the first one, English Language Arts,
yes.
the ELL.
Oh, I'm sorry, I missed you, yes. That
You
one,
see a drop,
that one did drop, yes. And I think that's true, and
and
not,
they low to start and then dropped.
that's correct.
So we need
It
to.
dropped with math as well.
Right,
That's why I
right.
said, in my particular area, I'm concerned in both
Oh, I see.
ELA and math.
Yeah, I didn't know if you want to pick them all apart, but I just think we just need to look at those categories where we're doing that and
Right.
then say, what's our action plan for
Right.
improvement?
Right.
Okay.
I think that's an action plan with ELL learners in all of those areas as well.
Sure.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you for stopping so we could clarify that. Then there's science. Science is a concern.
Yeah,
I will tell you, science is a concern.
my highlighter was really, really interested in science.
Science was a concern, US history
Social
is a
studies, yeah.
concern. Civics, we we did a little better in civics in some areas. But social studies, you will see some subgroups did well and others dropped. And ELL, this was an area for ELL as well.
But
Of course, all foundational under the ELA.
I will say, though, in ELA and math, there were a couple subgroups that dropped or still concerns.
Right.
But in science and math,
It was across
or
the
not
board.
science and math, science and civics and US history, it's across the board.
And I have to say, I'm a little surprised at that with the
Yeah.
emphasis on STEM that we have in our district. That surprised me, but there may be a backstory to that.
We talk a lot about STEM, but I don't know what the emphasis is. What, can we put on this state average?
Oh, yes.
That would be very helpful.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I have a question about graduation rate when we get there.
Okay.
I think it's the next slide.
Anything else on these? Okay. All right, graduation rate. Again, I think that when I look at this, I see we're making progress. You know, we're across the board. My concern is that everybody's going up, but we're not closing
Right.
the gap. And I think that is particularly of interest and I think has to be addressed in our plans and particularly in our African American Achievement Plan.
Yeah. Thanks. So we attend graduations, we get to shake hands with a lot of students. And it's interesting to kind of look at the two high schools because you get to see a lot of faces that come across the stage and meet a lot of people. And at one of the high schools, there was a large number of students with disabilities that were graduating. And at the other high school, there was not.
Right.
And it was interesting to me. And so when we're breaking down graduation rate in general, we don't have, I see we break everything else down with students with disabilities and those types of things. Can we have that data on here? Because I feel like, you know, if we're unfolding the true potential of every child, right, it was great at the high school when I saw so many students that had some, you know, exceptionalities come across the stage and graduate. And, you know, we want to try to make that a reality for every student, and that's not going to always look the same.
I agree with Mrs. Justice on this. I think that in the previous charts, we see students with disabilities, but then here with graduation rates, we don't. So I would definitely agree there. Certainly support seeing just an extra line on the graduation rate for students with disabilities.
I do know also in graduation rates, we're making serious improvements on those numbers. But what are our kids graduating with?
Well, and that's where I think we have to put some definitions here, because we do have students that are under the alternative assessment that we need to clarify that with that. So I think we have to define that.
Okay.
But we know what the graduation rates are. The graduation rates are the graduation rates.
Right, I mean,
But
they give, that's given to us.
Right, because it's a traditional calculation with that. I know that our time is up at this point in time, so I'll proceed however you, the next sections get into, actually, if we could just finish out goal 1, I think that would help. So the next particular table gets into career pathways and industry certifications. Brian, would you talk a little bit, just, because the numbers make a difference here.
Sure. So I think the mid-year progress, I believe Ms. Justice brought up the comment that there's a lot of people in the pathways, but not a lot in the certifications. So we added that little asterisk there to help explain culinary program might be 3 or 4 years, and it's only in the final year that they take the test, so it's triple or quadruple the number of students in the pathway. We also offered in 18-19 middle school pathways, and the reason why we didn't have it in 17-18 is that those industry certifications that they did in 17-18 led to the high school pathway, whereas these, as I understand it, don't. I am not the expert on that. I am relaying an email explanation. So deeper than that, I will have to get some more information. And then the industry certification results for 18-19 should be out soon. We just didn't have time to put it on here.
I think that's interesting that it's first I've heard that we have career path for middle school. What is that? I mean, what does that entail?
Well, and that started just a couple years ago, and they keep adding to it, but in middle school, now middle school students actually can get into a career pathways, and actually, there's some industry certifications that they can take. They're small in number, but, you know, sometimes in the technology areas, there's a industry certification that they can take. But they're really wanting to start students earlier than high school so that you can start lining up your pathway in your academic program to address what your career focus is. We also know in middle school students, they're going to change. They're going to change their minds. But it
From
does
minute
allow-
to minute.
Yes, yes, they do. But it allows them to explore. It allows them to be able to say, I think this is where I want to be, and take some electives in that category and change if they need to.
So we have Naviance?
Yes.
Okay, just curious. Are all our middle schools using Naviance? They are, okay. And for somebody who doesn't know, that's a program that the kids can go in and explore options for their future, so. I'm just curious, because it's great.
Yeah.
Okay.
It is. Okay, then the next one gets into what we were talking about, AP and IB scores. I am concerned in this area. I will tell you that I am concerned in a couple different areas, and really looking at, you've got your AP and IB at the top, you've got your dual enrollment, and then plain level 3 courses. Anything you want to add to this one?
This is pulled from the equity profile that Dr. Long did specify, and just to clarify, I know there's a question then, this does include charters. So, and that's, again, it goes back to the report that the state provides us. And so, yeah, this first screen is the participation, so it shows of the, so the first line AP and IB, Black, African American, and 1819, 109 divided by 825. The 109 are the students who are enrolled in at least one AP or IB course out of the 825 Black, African American students that we had at the 3 high schools, which is a 13.2% rate.
And, but we can do this based on pulling the charters out.
So one thing we do try to do is consistency of data.
Mm-hmm.
And so when the, this data is pulled from the equity report, which the state does give us the data files, and it is not separated. We can do it internally.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes though, because you're matching up data systems across multiple platforms, especially with this, they're pulling information from College Board and
Right.
International Baccalaureate. The fear would just be if our numbers don't match exactly with that.
But we do have the data school by school.
We do.
So we could look at
We could.
our 2 schools versus, you know, the charter high school. Okay, that'd be a better way to do it, and then you're not getting in and run the risk of looking at the data file.
And we do have that, and we've produced that as well, so.
Okay, that's great, thank you.
I think the other interesting part of that will be the breakdown of the demographics.
Right, right. Okay, and the last one, I think, in this chart is the passage. You got participation in the first one, and this is simply the passage rate. And so these 2 pages really need to be looked at together for the various reasons that we talked about earlier today with that, so.
And if I could just clarify, just so that everyone understands that in this particular line, as you read left to right, the first number is the number of exams that are passed, and it's divided by the total number of exams. It's not by student anymore, so we're not dealing with, the previous page was the percent of students actually taking 1 or more. These are all of our AP and IB exams and how many of them were passed.
So when is it we're going to be getting the data that's to be expected late July?
So July 22nd, which was Monday, yesterday is when the College Board released those files, so we downloaded it. I've given it to IS, and we're just waiting on them to do what they do to get it into focus.
Got it.
And I know it's not a button, but
Yeah.
they have to
Easy
do their
button.
work. And honestly, it's a bit of a hassle the way they release scores via PDFs, and so the students get it, which is important, but we need to wait for them.
So this is the conclusion of Goal 1. The rest of the PowerPoint that you have reflects the data off the chart. And again, this is to close out the 18-19 school year. And both Brian and Chris have done a phenomenal job of pulling this data together and putting it in a reasonable way to wrap our arms around it. I do think it's a good PowerPoint for the public, because, again, putting this out is daunting. This highlights that, so we'll work from this one. Moving forward, board members, I know that you have expressed an interest that you want to go back and revisit the strategic plan itself, which would be this document. And so I think that it's really timely and important for us to come back and plan a workshop where we just really look at this and say, let's go back and look at the goals, let's go back and look at the objectives. Are there things you want to tweak? Are there things you want to change, delete, whatever it is you want to do with that? Because we're at a point where we need to print these booklets again. I recognize that it says it's to 2022, but that doesn't mean you don't look at it for 5 years. So I'd like to have them reprinted with whatever changes that you would like to do with that. The other thing that I see that is not inclusive here that I think is critically important is our work in early learning. And that definitely is foundational to what we do. And I think that work in early learning is foundational to why we're seeing the better scores in our elementary grade levels K through 3. So one of the things that I believe as a tool for all of us that's a talking point for business and industry, what I have found is they love strategic plans, they like, data, but they're not going to comb through our data. And so one of the things that I was wanting to suggest, just when we can talk about this when we come back together, is having key performance indicators. Those are those gatekeepers. Like, what's the gatekeeper for first starts with us is kindergarten readiness. And that captures the gate from early learning into kindergarten. Are they coming and entering school on kindergarten level, ready to go? The next gatekeeper might be third grade ELA. Another gatekeeper might be looking at the diversity of our subgroups. Science may be a gatekeeper. It may be whatever you want, whatever those items are that you're really focusing on with it. And then we will develop that around and reporting to the public as, okay, here are these key or the 10 steps to success, or the 10 keys to success. Those are those things that are critically important that the public's saying, we want to know those data points with it. So I think it's taking from there, and we want this to inform school improvement plans. The equity plan should be the African American Achievement Plan. Anything we do with ELL, Hispanic recruitment and retention, all those things should be informed from this document. So I think the next step is for us to come back together and really take a look at the strategic plan, and I think that's a work session.
Are we going to be going over goal 2 then? when
We
do that?
can go over all the rest of it. Yeah, I would.
As you know, I had some concerns about attendance.
Absolutely,
Okay.
and goal 2 is very important too. And so my suggestion would be if we could set a morning or an afternoon. It may not be, I know our work sessions, we've got all these other topics of the day, but I think that if we could set aside another morning or afternoon when everybody can be present, and let's just really dig into this.
I'm happy to forfeit discussion session. I feel like there will be discussion in this, but I do feel it's important. And I think, we need to start focusing and moving forward on some.
So in
meaty stuff.
December, our first board meeting in December, I think, is a discussion.
December?
No, I'm sorry, August.
Dr. Moxley's at Christmas.
I am.
Christmas in
I'm ready
July.
for
It's in
cool.
July,
I want
that's
cool
right.
weather.
Well,
I want cooler weather.
I have a suggestion, if
Yeah.
we can get the 3 candidates in on the 6th, maybe
Do
that we
this
could,
on the 13th.
we'll all be here on the 6th,
Yeah.
right?
Oh, yeah, we could do it on the 6th.
You okay with that?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah. Is that
If
right?
you can, if you have time to
Yeah. Be
put it
perfect.
together.
Be perfect.
Sure.
Just
Okay.
depends.
Okay.
I'd just like to say thank you, Dr. McMahon, for sitting with me for over an hour and a half and offering your time, because I know our meetings get bogged down because there's a lot for us to read and go through. There really is. It's insane. And, I like to read, but at times a lot of stuff lasts. It just feels like sometimes it's last minute with the amount you've got to read. So to sit down and really have a thorough session to go through it and understand it and ask questions so that I don't have to bog everybody down here. I appreciate it. Thank you.
And I think
Anytime.
all of our staff, I say thank you to both of you, but all of our staff, because really, what you said is correct. We do have a lot of information, but I ask my questions before I get to the dais.
I don't want to ask a question and have staff be unprepared to be able to answer it. I don't play gotcha when I'm up there. You know, and it's not a lack of transparency, you know, that it's not, I'm not trying to somehow hide anything, but I think it's important to really have a clear understanding of what it is we're looking at, you know, and sometimes when you look at data especially, you make judgments or assume things, and when you start to really sit down and you explain it, you know, you get a broader picture or a better understanding. So, you know, that's been a good thing as a school board member, to be able to sit with staff and ask questions. So thank you.
Absolutely.
Also, it's also nice to see how much work has been done.
there's so much
I mean,
work.
yeah, we have a lot to read, but you guys all prepared it.
So much work.
We realize that there's a lot of work that goes on behind the scenes.
These two gentlemen are phenomenal, and I appreciate them so
Yeah,
much.
and
It's been
working with
wonderful.
curriculum and instruction, and working with Mrs. Dampier. I mean, I think you guys have made a really good team this year. It's been really great to watch that teamwork. So thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. So are we
I think we're
ready
good.
to adjourn?
I know you're more than ready to.
So we're going to adjourn at 4:15.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for
Thank
letting me
you.
finish that.
Thank you.